Hello and welcome. I know many of you use these videos to help you fall asleep. So before we begin, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also comment where you're from and at what time you're watching. Take a moment to get comfortable, relax, and let yourself unwind. Megan pulled her coat tighter around her as she stepped onto the porch of the Wallace house. The autumn air was crisp, and the quiet suburban street felt too still under the dim glow of the streetlights. She pressed the doorbell, and within seconds, Mrs. Wallace appeared, looking slightly flustered. "Thank you for coming on such short notice," Mrs. Wallace said, stepping aside to let Megan in. "The kids are already in their pajamas. Max is 5, and Sophie just turned 3. They're really easy. Just a bedtime story, and they're out." Megan nodded, forcing a smile. She had babysat plenty of times before. This would be just another quiet night with a couple of kids and a bowl of popcorn in front of the TV. Mr. Wallace appeared in the hallway, adjusting his tie. "If you need anything, our numbers are on the fridge. The baby monitor is in the living room. You probably won't need it, but just in case." "Got it," Megan said, watching as the couple grabbed their coats and hurried out the door. The click of the lock echoed through the house, leaving her alone with Max and Sophie. The kids were in the living room, curled up on the couch, watching cartoons. Megan sat between them, listening to their little giggles as the bright colors flashed across the screen. "Mommy says we have to go to bed at 8, Max said, looking up at her with serious eyes. "Then we better not break the rules," Megan teased. At exactly 8 o'clock, she led them upstairs. The hallway felt longer than it should, the shadows stretching in odd directions under the soft glow of the nightlight. She brushed the feeling away, tucking Sophie into her tiny pink bed and Max into his. "Can you leave the door open?" Max asked. "Of course," Megan said, ruffling his hair. "Sweet dreams." She turned off the lamp, leaving only the hallway light spilling into the room. As she stepped out, she grabbed the baby monitor from the dresser and carried it downstairs. The house was silent now. Megan curled up on the couch, flipping through channels absent-mindedly. The static hum of the baby monitor crackled beside her, a faint white noise in the background. Then a whisper. Megan froze, turning her head sharply toward the monitor. At first, she thought it was just interference. But then she heard it again. A soft, breathy voice. "Megan." Her heart pounded. She stared at the monitor, expecting to hear one of the kids talking in their sleep. Silence. She leaned in closer, holding her breath. A faint giggle. Megan's stomach twisted. She grabbed the monitor and turned up the volume. "Sophie," she whispered. No answer. The static crackled louder. Then, both children's voices, whispering in perfect unison. "We're not alone." Megan's blood ran cold. She bolted upright, clutching the monitor. She could hear soft breathing, not just from the kids, but from something else. Something deeper, raspier. She shot up from the couch and ran upstairs. The hallway seemed darker now, the air thick and heavy. She burst into the kids' room, flipping the light switch. Max and Sophie were sitting up in bed, their eyes wide and blank. "Who are you talking to?" Megan asked, her voice shaking. Max pointed to the corner of the room. "Him." Megan's breath hitched. She turned her head slowly, but there was nothing there. Just shadows. She forced a smile, trying to keep calm. "Okay, guys, it's late. No more talking. Just go back to sleep, all right?" They nodded in eerie synchronization, lying back down without another word. Megan backed out of the room, leaving the door slightly open. She could still hear the soft static from the monitor. She walked downstairs, her hands trembling as she picked up her phone. She hovered over Mrs. Wallace's number. What would she even say? That the kids were playing some creepy prank? A sudden thud echoed from upstairs. Megan whipped her head around, heart pounding. It sounded like something heavy had fallen. Then, the baby monitor crackled again. "He's coming." Megan's breath caught in her throat. She turned toward the staircase, the shadows seeming darker, deeper. Something was wrong, and she was trapped inside. Megan stood frozen at the bottom of the stairs, gripping the baby monitor so tightly her knuckles turned white. The air around her felt heavier, thicker, like the house itself was holding its breath. A floorboard creaked above. Her heart slammed against her ribs. The sound hadn't come from the kids' room. It came from the hallway. Slowly, she forced herself to move. Each step up the staircase felt like she was wading through water, her breath shallow, her ears straining for any sound. She reached the landing and hesitated. The hallway stretched out before her, lined with closed doors, except for the one leading to Max and Sophie's room. Their night light cast a dim glow into the hall. Then she heard it, breathing, not the soft, steady rhythm of a child asleep. This was deeper, rougher, uneven, like someone was trying to stifle it. Megan's legs locked in place. The sound was coming from the bathroom. The door was slightly ajar. A sliver of darkness stretched across the carpet. She swallowed hard. It's nothing. Maybe the vent. But even as she thought it, she knew it wasn't true. Gathering every ounce of courage, she reached out and pushed the door open. The bathroom was empty. No shower curtain. No cabinets big enough to hide in. Just a sink, a toilet, and a mirror reflecting her pale, terrified face. The breathing had stopped. She let out a shaky exhale, pressing a hand to her chest. "You're imagining things." Then, from the baby monitor in her hand, a whisper. "Don't look in the mirror." Megan's stomach dropped. Her body moved before her brain could catch up. She spun on her heel and bolted down the hall, straight to the kids' room. Max and Sophie were still lying in bed, their small bodies rising and falling with each breath. But their eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. "Guys," Megan whispered, stepping closer. Neither of them blinked. Max, Sophie. Their lips parted at the same time, and in perfect, eerie unison they said, "He doesn't like when you see him." Megan stumbled back. Her pulse roared in her ears. "Who?" she managed to whisper. Neither answered. They just turned their heads slowly toward the closet. The door was open just a crack. Megan's breath hitched. A deep, suffocating sense of dread coiled around her lungs. Every horror movie she had ever seen screamed at her to run, to grab the kids and get out. But she couldn't move. The silence stretched, thick and unbearable. Then the closet door creaked. A slow, deliberate inch. Megan didn't wait to see what was inside. She lunged forward, grabbing Max's wrist and yanking him out of bed. She scooped Sophie up in her arms, her body screaming at her to move faster. "We're going downstairs." "Now," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. Max clung to her, his small fingers digging into her arm. "We can't leave," he whispered. Megan didn't respond. She was already halfway down the stairs, her heart slamming so hard she thought it might break through her ribs. They reached the living room, and she fumbled for her phone, her shaking fingers struggling to dial. No signal. The call wouldn't go through. The baby monitor crackled again, a slow, rasping breath. Then the sound of footsteps. Not from upstairs, from behind her. She turned, but the room was empty. Empty, except for the hallway leading to the front door, where the shadows seemed darker, thicker, stretching toward her like fingers reaching for her throat. Then Max spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "He's already inside." Megan's blood turned to ice. The words seemed to echo in her mind, reverberating through the silence of the room. "What do you mean, Max?" she asked, trying to keep the tremor from her voice. Max's small hand tugged at her sleeve, pulling her toward the front door. His voice was no longer that of a child. It was cold, distant, as if someone else was speaking through him. "He's right behind you." Megan's heart skipped a beat. She turned slowly, expecting, no praying, that it was just a trick of the mind. The air in the room was suffocating, as though it had thickened, become more oppressive. A low hum filled her ears, and the shadows that lingered in the corners seemed to stretch, twisting unnaturally. She felt the weight of something watching her. It was there, in the room with her, just out of sight. "Megan!" The whisper came from the baby monitor. Her fingers trembled as she raised it to her ear. "Megan, we're waiting." Her breath caught in her throat. The voices, Max and Sophie, were speaking together again, but this time, they weren't just repeating the same words. Their voices sounded off. Their laughter came next, but it wasn't their laughter. It was a distorted, hollow imitation. Megan could feel her legs shaking. She had to get out. She had to leave, but she couldn't move. Her body felt heavy, as if it were stuck in place by an invisible force. And then a low growl vibrated through the room. It came from the dark corner by the front door. Megan's eyes locked on it. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was tall, unnaturally tall, and its shape seemed to shift as it moved. Its face was pale and smooth, with no features, no eyes, just a void. Its arms stretched down to the floor, fingers ending in long, twisted claws. The thing was impossibly silent, moving with an eerie grace. Sophie's voice, now cold and hollow, came from behind her. "We told you, you're not alone." Megan spun around, clutching Sophie tightly. She wanted to scream, to run, but her legs wouldn't obey. The words echoed in her head, over and over, until they became a mantra. "You're not alone." The thing stepped closer, its movement unsettlingly fluid. The air seemed to grow colder with every step it took. And then it stopped, just a few feet away from her. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of Megan's ragged breathing. The creature stood perfectly still, watching her, waiting. Her mind raced, searching for something, anything she could do. The baby monitor crackled again. "It's not the kids, Megan. It's never been the kids." The voice came from the monitor, but it wasn't the children's voice anymore. It was deeper, darker, layered with something unnatural. Megan's blood ran cold as she realized she wasn't just being watched by something in the house. It had been there all along. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "No, no, no." Her words were drowned out by the growl, now louder, closer. The creature moved again, reaching out with its elongated claws. Sophie's voice echoed in unison with Max's, both children speaking together, as if possessed by something otherworldly. "It's here. It's always been here." The thing in the corner lunged forward. Megan screamed, dropping Sophie in the process. She stumbled backward, grabbing Max's wrist and trying to drag him toward the door. But her body moved like molasses. Each step felt like it took an eternity. The front door was so close, but she couldn't reach it. The creature was right behind her now, the sound of its breathing deafening. "Don't run, Megan." The voice came from behind her, from the thing that was now standing just inches away. She could feel its cold presence at her back, could feel the wetness of its breath on her neck. She screamed again, but this time, the sound was muffled, as if something was blocking her voice. She felt a pressure building in her chest, a suffocating weight that made it hard to breathe. Her legs finally gave out. She crumpled to the floor, pulling Max and Sophie down with her. The creature knelt beside her. She could feel its cold hand, if it even had one, touch the back of her neck. "We told you," it whispered. "You're not alone." A sharp, piercing pain shot through her skull, as though something was ripping through her mind. She gasped, clutching her head, but she couldn't make the pain stop. And then, the whispers came again, louder, more insistent. "You're never alone. We're always watching." The darkness closed in around her, suffocating, consuming. Her vision blurred, and she felt herself slipping away. But just before everything went black, she heard one final whisper, clear and cold. "Welcome home, Megan." Megan's body trembled as the last vestiges of consciousness slipped away, swallowed by the dark, unrelenting force surrounding her. The whispers, faint yet constant, buzzed around her ears, but everything else was silent. She was no longer sure of where she was, whether it was real or a nightmare pulling her deeper into its hold. The world had become a blur, her mind trapped in a haze of pain and fear. But then, The pressure on her neck vanished. The pain ebbed away. Her eyes snapped open, and she gasped for breath, her lungs desperate for air. She was lying on the floor of the living room, the soft light from the street outside filtering through the curtains. Max and Sophie were still beside her, their small bodies unnaturally still. Megan's mind raced, confused, disoriented. Had she passed out? Was it all just a hallucination? But no. The feeling of being watched, that cold presence lingering in the room, was still there. The thing, whatever it was, hadn't left. Her hand flew to the baby monitor beside her. The soft static filled the room once more, but then, almost as if in response to her touch, the whispers came again. Louder this time. "You can't leave. You've already been claimed." Megan froze. The words were clear, cutting through the fog of her thoughts. She felt the blood drain from her face as she turned her head slowly toward the kids. Max and Sophie hadn't moved. They were still lying motionless on the floor. Their eyes were wide open, but now there was nothing in them. No recognition. No life. It was as if they weren't even there anymore. "Max? Sophie?" Megan whispered, her voice trembling. The kids didn't respond. Their faces were pale, like they had become mannequins, frozen in time. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices layered on top of each other. It was impossible to distinguish any one voice from the others, but they all shared one thing in common, an unnatural, otherworldly tone. "They're ours now, Megan." Her blood ran cold as the weight of those words settled over her. A sudden movement caught her eye. Sophie's hand twitched. Then Max's. The sound of the baby monitor crackled, and the words echoed again, but they weren't spoken, they were sung. "We're not alone. We're not alone." Megan felt a wave of nausea hit her. The two children slowly sat up, their heads jerking toward her in a synchronized, unnatural motion. Their eyes, empty, hollow eyes, fixed on her with an unsettling intensity. "It's time to join us," Max whispered, his voice not his own. Sophie's lips parted next. "It's time, Megan." Her voice was cold, robotic, flat. Megan scrambled back, terror surging through her body. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. She had to get out. She had to. But the door was locked. She had never locked it, hadn't even thought to. The whispers filled her ears, deafening in their intensity. "The door won't open. You can't run." Megan's throat closed, her body trembling uncontrollably. She fought to hold herself together, but the shadows in the room seemed to grow deeper, thicker, pulling everything toward them like a vortex. The kids were standing now. Their movements were jerky, like puppets controlled by invisible strings. They took one step toward her, then another. "Megan!" Sophie's voice was eerily calm, her eyes unblinking, wide open, devoid of humanity. "You'll be with us soon." Max's hand reached out slowly, his fingers twitching in the air, as if beckoning her forward. His lips curled into a smile that was anything but innocent. It was the smile of something other. "We're never alone," Max said, and Sophie repeated, "We're never alone." The room seemed to close in on Megan as she backed away, her legs stiff and uncooperative. She collided with the couch, the weight of it barely registering as her focus was consumed by the children moving toward her. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The pressure on her chest grew, as if the very air around her was squeezing the life from her. Her mind reeled, her thoughts frantic. This wasn't real. This wasn't happening. But deep down, she knew it was. The presence in the room, the whispers, the children, it was all too real. "Please don't come closer." Her voice was a whisper, trembling as she spoke, but the children didn't stop. They continued their slow, unnerving advance, inching closer, their eyes locked on hers. They were no longer the same children who had been watching cartoons just hours before. They were something else, something twisted, something that wasn't supposed to be. "You can't stop it," Sophie said in a monotone voice. "You're already part of it." Max's head tilted slightly to the side, and he smiled again, that same creepy, unnatural smile. We're all together now. Megan's heart pounded in her chest. She had to move, had to fight. She scrambled to her feet, desperation giving her strength she didn't know she had. But no matter where she turned, the door was still locked. The shadows still closed in. And the kids, no, things were still coming. The floor beneath her seemed to tremble, as though something was rising from it. The walls seemed to bend, creak, as if the house itself were alive, waiting for her to join whatever had already taken over Max and Sophie. "We're not alone, Megan," they whispered, their voices merging into a single terrifying chant. "You're never alone." Megan's heart hammered against her chest as the words echoed in her mind, drowning out all rational thought. "You're never alone." The words twisted in her ears like a song she couldn't escape from. Her breath came in short, ragged bursts, her body trembling with fear. She could feel the cold, oppressive air growing heavier around her, like the house itself was closing in, suffocating her. The children, the things, were getting closer now. Their steps were deliberate, but slow, like they were savoring the moment, enjoying her terror. Their eyes, empty and soulless, locked onto hers, unblinking. Their smiles widened, but there was no joy in them, only something darker, something far more sinister. "You don't belong here," Max whispered, his voice twisted and hollow. "You've always been one of us." Megan's skin crawled at the words. She shook her head violently, willing herself to think, to break free from the nightmare that was tightening its grip around her. No, this isn't happening. Her thoughts were clouded with panic, but she couldn't let the fear consume her. She had to do something, anything. The door was locked, the windows were too high to reach, and the children, the things, were closing in. She could feel the coldness in the room becoming unbearable, as though the very air itself was freezing her from the inside out. The baby monitor crackled once again, the static rising and falling like the breath of some unseen force. Then, in the midst of the static, a new voice emerged. "You can't leave, Megan. You're already home." Her blood ran cold at the words. There was something unnatural about the way they were spoken, as if they were meant to bury themselves deep within her, take root in her very soul. Max and Sophie stopped moving for a moment, their heads tilting slightly, as if they were listening to something or someone else. And then they spoke together, their voices blending into one chilling sentence. "We're waiting for you." Megan's throat went dry. She could hear the words, but she couldn't process them. They didn't make sense. This wasn't her life anymore. This wasn't her reality. But it was. It had to be. She could feel it now, feel the house watching her, the air thick with the presence of something ancient and unrelenting. She turned to look around the room, searching for something, anything she could use to defend herself. But the house was empty, except for the shadows. The walls seemed to pulse, as though they were alive, breathing in sync with the thing standing before her. Megan took a step back, her mind racing for an escape, but then something stopped her. A soft rustling, a quiet whisper in the back of her mind. It was as if the house itself was speaking to her. She froze, her breath caught in her throat. "You're not alone. You never have been." The words sent a shiver down her spine. She turned to face the children, her legs unsteady as she stumbled backwards, her hands shaking as she tried to brace herself. But it was no use. Max and Sophie's faces contorted as they spoke in unison, their voices now an eerie, hollow chant. "It's too late. It's always been too late." Megan's head spun. She couldn't take it anymore. The air was thick, heavy with something that pressed down on her chest, suffocating her. She turned to run, but her legs wouldn't obey. They felt like lead, heavy and unyielding. Her body moved in slow motion as she tried to make her way toward the door. But it was no use. The door didn't open. The air around her crackled with energy, dark, oppressive energy, and the shadows seemed to rise, swirling around her in a vortex of suffocating blackness. She screamed, but the scream was swallowed up, as if the very house had taken it. She reached for the door again, but her hands were useless, shaking uncontrollably as she fumbled with the handle. It didn't matter. The door wouldn't open. "You can't leave." The whisper came from the corner of the room. Megan turned, her eyes wide with terror. There, standing in the doorway to the kitchen, was the figure. It was tall, too tall, its shape shrouded in shadow. Its face was obscured by darkness, but Megan could feel its gaze, its eyes piercing into her very soul. "You'll never leave this house." The figure's voice was low, smooth, almost melodic, as if it was savoring every word it spoke. Megan took a step back, her mind a blur. She couldn't think. Her body moved on its own, her feet stumbling as she tried to back away from the creature in the doorway. But it didn't move. It stayed there, its presence pressing in on her, suffocating her. "Megan!" The voice was not just from the figure. It was everywhere. In the walls, in the floor, in the very air she breathed. It surrounded her, filling her senses, drowning out everything else. "You belong here, Megan. You're one of us now." Her mind was screaming no. She wasn't like them. She wasn't a part of this. She wasn't. But as she turned to face the children, she saw it. In their eyes, the same hollow void that had once consumed everything else in the house. The same emptiness that had slowly, inevitably, claimed everything that had been here before her. And the house was alive. It had always been alive. Her legs gave way beneath her, and she crumpled to the floor, her mind unraveling with the weight of the truth. She was no longer alone. She would never be alone again. Max and Sophie, still in their twisted, unnatural forms, moved toward her. Their voices once again merged into one, their words vibrating in the very air she breathed. "You're home, Megan. You've always been home." Her screams echoed through the house as everything went dark. The darkness swallowed Megan whole, but it didn't feel like the end. No, it felt like the beginning of something much worse. The coldness wrapped around her, as if the house itself had consumed her very soul. The shadows in the room seemed to pulse, vibrating with a life of their own, as the whispers grew louder, drowning out all sense of time. Max and Sophie stood above her, their faces now completely void of any humanity. They were no longer children, just hollow shells, empty and lifeless. The thing that had once been them was now something darker, something malevolent. Their voices, no longer their own, echoed through the house as they whispered in unison. "You're part of us now." Megan's body was still, but her mind screamed. She wanted to fight, to escape, but the darkness had taken root too deeply within her. She was trapped in the house, trapped in this nightmare, trapped with the children who were no longer children. And then she understood. The whispers, the cold, the shadows, it was all a part of the house. The house had always been waiting for her to arrive, waiting for her to be claimed. Her body didn't move, but she could feel herself being pulled deeper into the house's grip. The walls around her seemed to bend, twisting and stretching as if they were alive. The air was thick with something ancient, something that had always been there, hiding in the corners of the house, waiting for the right moment to come out. She could hear the soft sound of footsteps now, echoing through the house, slow and deliberate. They weren't the children. No, this was something else, something far older, far more sinister. The figure from the doorway, the one who had spoken to her, was drawing closer. Megan's eyes fluttered open, and for a brief moment, she thought she saw a flicker of light. But it was gone almost as quickly as it had appeared. There was no escape. The house was alive, and it was hungry. The figure finally stepped into view, its face still obscured by shadows. But this time, Megan didn't need to see its face to know what it was. It was the house itself, its presence manifested in a form she could understand. The figure leaned down, its voice a soft, almost comforting whisper. "You'll never leave this place. You're already home." Megan's body trembled, but there was no more fight left in her. She was surrounded by darkness, by shadows, by the echoes of the house that had claimed her. And as the whispers grew louder and louder, she finally understood what the house had known all along. There was never any escape. In the end, she had never truly been alone. The house had always been watching, waiting for her to arrive. And now she would never leave. Let's start with the next story. When Emma woke up to the notification, she didn't think much of it. A new follower. It was normal, especially for someone like her, who spent hours each day updating her social media, posting pictures, and writing about her life. Her followers came and went, but this one was different. The new follower's name was anonymous_00. An odd choice, but there were plenty of strange usernames out there. What caught Emma's attention wasn't the name, but the comment on her most recent post. It read, "The morning fog was thick, just like the last time you stood at the edge of the pier, staring at the water." She frowned. The post was about her walk by the lake near her apartment, a routine she'd done countless times. But she hadn't shared those details with anyone. How did this person know about her visit to the pier? Her first instinct was to block them, but there was something in the comment that stuck with her. It wasn't just the strange familiarity of it. It was the fact that whoever wrote it seemed to know her habits, her thoughts, her private moments. Emma thought she had always kept her life mostly private on her social media. Sure, she posted pictures, but nothing that would reveal anything personal. Still, she felt an odd chill creep up her spine. She brushed it off as paranoia and went on with her day. The next morning, when she checked her phone, there was another notification. This time, it was a new post from the same account. "The coffee machine's timer is set to 7:30 a.m. Just enough time to get to your favorite corner booth at that coffee shop, isn't it?" Emma stared at the message in disbelief. How did they know about her routine? She had posted a picture of her coffee a few weeks ago, but she had never mentioned the time or that she always sat in the same corner. She felt her heart race. The account wasn't just a casual observer. It was as if this person had been following her for much longer than they had actually been online. Emma decided to go to the coffee shop that morning, hoping for some sense of normalcy. When she walked in, she noticed something strange. The corner booth, the one she always sat in, was occupied. It was occupied by someone who seemed vaguely familiar, but she couldn't place them. She tried not to stare, but as she walked to the counter to order, the person turned and smiled at her, as though they had been waiting for her. Emma's blood ran cold. "Nice to see you, Emma," the person said, their voice almost too smooth. Emma froze. How did this person know her name? She quickly paid for her coffee, her hands trembling, and left the shop. The encounter was unsettling, but she tried to push it out of her mind. When she checked her phone, her heart skipped a beat. Another post from anonymous_00. "You didn't think I'd find you so soon, did you? I've been waiting for you at that coffee shop every morning." Emma's stomach twisted into a knot. She had never mentioned that to anyone, not even to her closest friends. How could they know? The following days were filled with more of the same. Anonymous_00 continued to mimic Emma's life in real time. They seemed to predict her every move, posting about things she hadn't yet shared with anyone. A late-night workout at the gym, the exact meal she ordered for dinner, a walk in the park, where she had taken a picture of a bird perched on a bench. With each post, the stalker seemed to get closer, but Emma couldn't understand how they were getting this information. No one but her had access to her private thoughts, to the details she hadn't shared online. It wasn't just the online posts anymore, though. She started hearing things, whispers when she was alone. At first, it was faint, a soft rustling of words that made no sense. But soon, they grew clearer, louder, as if someone was speaking directly to her. "The night is coming, Emma. It won't be long now." The whispers came from her phone, even when it was turned off. At night, she would hear them, like a soft hum in the darkness. And when she checked her phone again, she saw that Anonymous_00 had posted something new. "You're starting to understand now, aren't you?" It wasn't just the posts or the cryptic comments that disturbed her. It was the sense of dread, the eerie feeling that someone was always watching her. That night, Emma decided to do something she should have done days ago. She blocked the account, hoping that would put an end to the madness. But even after blocking them, the posts didn't stop. The next post was sent from a new account, with the same username, but with an added number. Anonymous_01. I hope you're not scared, Emma. The game's just getting started. She couldn't escape it. She couldn't get away from the unseen force that was lurking just beyond her reach. It was like they were in her mind, predicting her every move. That night, Emma stayed up late, scrolling through her social media feed, desperate to find something, anything, that would explain what was happening. She stumbled upon an old post, one from months ago, before Anonymous_00 had started commenting on her posts. The caption was simple: another morning by the lake, watching the fog roll in. But as she stared at the image, she noticed something new in the background. A figure, a dark silhouette, almost imperceptible, standing at the edge of the pier. Emma's breath caught in her throat. It was as if someone had been there all along, watching her, waiting for the right moment to strike. The whispers began again. We're always watching, Emma. You can't escape us. The next few days were a blur for Emma. She couldn't focus on anything: work, her meals, even her friends seemed distant. Every time she looked at her phone, there were more posts from Anonymous_01. More unsettling messages about her routine. More cryptic comments on her pictures. She even started to find new followers on her other accounts. Ones she didn't recognize, all with similar usernames: Anonymous_02, Anonymous_03, and so on. They all mimicked her life, down to the smallest details. They commented on things she hadn't posted yet, like the book she was thinking of reading or the movie she was planning to watch. It was as if they knew her better than she knew herself. One night, while lying in bed, Emma's phone buzzed on her nightstand. She turned to check it, already feeling the familiar dread creeping over her. It was another post from Anonymous_01. Tonight's the night, Emma. We'll meet in person. You've been running from us for too long. Her heart skipped a beat. She immediately felt the weight of the message sinking into her bones. She didn't want to go out, didn't want to face whatever this was. But something in her gut told her that she had no choice. She left her apartment, the streets feeling unnaturally quiet as she walked to the park where she usually went for her late-night walks. The air was thick with tension, and every sound, every rustle of leaves or distant car horn, seemed amplified, like the world was holding its breath. When she reached the park, the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. The streetlights flickered as if they were struggling to stay on. And then she saw it, just like the post said. At the far end of the park, near the old bench by the lake, a figure stood motionless in the shadows. Emma couldn't make out any details, but she knew it was them. Her heart pounded in her chest as she approached, her footsteps echoing in the stillness. The closer she got, the clearer the figure became. It was a woman, standing perfectly still, facing the lake with her back to Emma. "Who are you?" Emma called out, her voice shaking. The woman didn't answer. She just stood there, as if waiting for Emma to get closer. Emma's eyes darted to the ground and noticed something strange. The woman's shadow was moving, shifting in a way that didn't match her movements. It was almost like it was alive. Without thinking, Emma turned and started to walk away, her pulse racing. She wasn't sure why she felt such a surge of panic, but her instincts screamed at her to run. "Don't run, Emma," a voice whispered from the darkness. It was the same voice from the phone, the same whispers she had heard late at night, in the stillness of her apartment. She spun around, heart racing, but there was no one there. The woman was gone. Emma didn't sleep that night. She couldn't. Her mind was too consumed with what had just happened. The figure, the shadow, it felt wrong. It was like she had just brushed against something dark, something sinister. The next morning, she checked her phone, almost dreading what she would see. The screen lit up with another post. "You've seen us now, haven't you, Emma? You felt our presence." It was the same voice, but now it was more real, more tangible. It was as if they had crossed the boundary between the virtual world and the physical one. Her head spun. How had they gotten so close? How had they known about the park, the bench by the lake? She had to know. She had to find out who they were. That night, Emma decided to take a different approach. Instead of waiting for them to come to her, she would go to them. She started digging through her old posts, trying to find any hint of someone who could be behind the strange messages. She combed through her friends, old acquaintances, anyone she had interacted with online. And then she found it, a message from an old friend, someone she hadn't talked to in years. The message was buried deep in her old Facebook messages, from a time when she had been far more open about her life. The message was short, just a few words. "I know where you're hiding." It was from someone she had thought was long gone from her life. Someone she hadn't thought about in years. Her blood ran cold. Emma tried to reach out, but the account was gone. The profile had been deleted. She couldn't find a trace of this person anywhere, and that only made the situation worse. But the more she thought about it, the more the pieces fell into place. The cryptic comments, the mimicking of her posts, they weren't random. Someone had been watching her closely, following her every move for longer than she realized. And they weren't done yet. The next morning, when she woke up, she noticed something different. The silence was louder than ever. There were no new posts, no new messages, no cryptic comments. It was too quiet, the calm before the storm. And then, when she checked her phone again, there it was, a new post. "This is just the beginning, Emma. You can't escape what's coming next." Emma's mind raced as she stared at the new post. Her hands trembled as she dropped the phone onto her bed, her thoughts a chaotic mess. The silence that followed felt heavy, suffocating. It was as though she could feel the eyes of the anonymous stalker on her at all times, even when she couldn't see them. The worst part was the unsettling calm. It was as if they were watching, waiting for the right moment to strike again. Emma had no idea what they wanted, but she knew it couldn't end well. That afternoon, she decided to go for a walk in a nearby cafe. She needed to clear her head, to think about what to do next. But as she walked down the sidewalk, something caught her eye, another new notification. "You're so predictable, Emma. You always go to that cafe on Fridays. We'll be watching." Her stomach turned. How could they know about her Friday routine? It was a place she visited only once a week, yet they knew. No matter how hard she tried to shake it off, the dread filled her, pulling her deeper into a panic. She stopped in her tracks, looking over her shoulder. The street seemed quiet, too quiet, but she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her from the shadows. She grabbed her phone again and opened the app, checking her profile. The new follower count was higher now. At least 20 new accounts, each with a different anonymous username. The cryptic messages kept coming in. They were everywhere. They were inside her life, moving with her every step. By the time Emma reached the cafe, her heart was hammering in her chest. She stepped inside, trying to act casual, but every person she passed felt like a potential threat. She didn't trust anyone anymore. The world felt different, like she was walking through a distorted version of reality. She ordered a coffee, trying to calm her racing thoughts. When the barista handed her the cup, Emma's eyes darted to the reflection in the glass. It was her face, her tired eyes, but something felt off. There was a flicker of movement behind her, a shadow just out of view. Her phone buzzed again. "We're closer than you think, Emma." Emma's heart dropped. She whipped around, but there was no one behind her. No one in the cafe seemed to notice anything unusual. She was alone, or at least it seemed that way. But the air was thick with tension, and Emma couldn't shake the feeling that something was closing in on her. As the days passed, the messages became more frequent, more personal. They described her habits, her routine, the exact moments she would check her phone, or what she would eat for lunch. The posts seemed to come before she even thought of them. It was like they were always one step ahead, always predicting her every move. Her paranoia reached a breaking point. She began checking her apartment for hidden cameras, her closets, even the vents. She couldn't trust anything anymore. Every time she opened her front door, she half expected someone to be waiting for her, watching her from the shadows. It was one evening, as the sun was setting and the city outside her window grew dark, that Emma received another post. "It's time to meet, Emma. We've been waiting long enough. The next move is yours." This time, the message was different. There was no cryptic phrasing, no ominous tone, just a simple, cold declaration. Emma could feel the weight of the words settling into her bones. Her hands shook as she grabbed her coat and rushed out of her apartment, the urgency clawing at her chest. She had to meet them. She had to end this. But where? How? The posts had become more than just online threats. They were real now. Whoever this was, they had crossed over from the virtual world and into her life. She could no longer tell where the internet ended and her reality began. Emma's phone buzzed as she stood in the empty hallway of her building. Her heart skipped a beat as she looked down at the screen. "We're at the park, Emma. We're waiting for you." She didn't think twice. She ran out the door and down the street, her breath coming in short bursts. Her mind raced as she reached the park near her building. It was dark, eerily quiet, and empty. She could feel the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. She wasn't alone. She walked cautiously through the path, her eyes darting around, looking for any sign of movement. She stopped by the same bench she had passed before, the one near the lake where she'd seen the figure days ago. But now it was just empty, silent. She waited for what felt like hours. Nothing happened. No one approached her, no one spoke. Just the eerie stillness of the park at night. The seconds dragged by, and her anxiety grew. What was going on? Where were they? Were they just toying with her? Was this another mind game? Emma almost turned to leave when her phone buzzed again. "Look up!" She froze. Slowly, she raised her eyes to the tree above her. And there, hanging from a branch, was a single piece of paper. She reached for it cautiously, her hand trembling. She unfolded it slowly, her heart in her throat. It was a picture of her, sitting in this very park, staring at her phone just moments ago. Her blood ran cold. "We're watching you, Emma." Emma's breath caught in her throat. The picture was so recent, so real. It was her, there was no doubt. The angle was perfect, as if someone had been standing right there, watching her. Her hands were trembling as she held the photo, staring at the words written on the back. "We know everything about you." The chill in the air seemed to intensify, pressing against her skin. She quickly crumpled the photo and stuffed it in her pocket, her heart racing in her chest. She looked around again, feeling the weight of unseen eyes. The park was still, too still, and she felt the urge to run, to escape, but she didn't know where to go. "You're not safe anywhere." Her phone buzzed again. The notification lit up, and Emma's fingers hesitated as she unlocked the screen. Another message. "You think this is just a game, don't you, Emma? We're not going to stop." She wanted to scream, to throw her phone into the nearest trash can and walk away from it all. But she couldn't. She knew that even if she stopped checking the messages, they would still be there, lurking in the background, waiting for her next move. No matter what she did, they would follow. Emma's mind raced with possible escape plans. She could go to the police, but would they believe her? How could she explain something as bizarre as this? How could she prove that something, was following her every step, mimicking her every action before she did it? She stood in the park for what felt like hours, her mind clouded with fear and confusion. The darkness of the night seemed to deepen, and the trees above her swayed ominously in the wind. Something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. The whole world felt off. And then, as if in response to her panic, her phone buzzed once more. "You're closer than you think. The next time you look up, you'll see me." Emma's blood ran cold. She didn't dare look up. She couldn't. Every fiber of her being screamed at her to run, but her feet were rooted to the ground. The message had a chilling finality to it, like a countdown. She could feel it, the seconds ticking away, drawing nearer to something she couldn't escape. Terror crept up her spine. Her eyes darted nervously around the park again. She couldn't tell if it was just her imagination or if the shadows were shifting, lurking. There was something out there, something hiding in plain sight, watching her. "Look up!" The message came again, more forceful this time. She couldn't resist. Slowly, Emma raised her eyes from the ground, dreading what she might see. The park seemed empty, as it had been the entire time. The trees, the benches, the empty path, all still and quiet. But then she saw it. Just beyond the lamp post, in the distance, there was a figure. A person. No, it was watching her. A figure dressed in dark clothes, their face obscured by the shadows, just standing there, unmoving. Emma's heart hammered in her chest. She couldn't breathe. She wanted to run, to escape, but her legs felt like lead. She couldn't move. The figure didn't budge. It just stared at her from the darkness. "You'll be ours soon." The words chilled her to the bone. Emma's body trembled, her fingers numb as she clutched her phone. She needed to call someone, anyone. She needed help, but her mind was clouded with fear. The figure didn't make any attempt to move closer, but its presence felt suffocating. Emma couldn't take her eyes off of it. Her mind screamed at her to leave, but her body wouldn't obey. She felt trapped in her own skin. "We're waiting, Emma." The message pinged in her phone again. And that's when she saw it, the figure's head tilting slightly, as if acknowledging her, as if it had heard her thoughts. With a sharp gasp, Emma spun around and sprinted toward the exit of the park, her footsteps pounding against the pavement. She could hear her heart thundering in her chest, her breath ragged as she ran as fast as she could. She didn't stop. Not when she reached the street, not when she heard a distant echo of footsteps following her, not even when she turned the corner and found herself in a narrow alley. She didn't stop until she reached her apartment, locking the door behind her. But even in the safety of her apartment, she couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. Her phone buzzed once more. "We're closer than you think, Emma." The words sent a fresh wave of terror through her. It was almost as if they were inside her home, inside her mind. She looked around, half expecting someone to appear in the shadows of her apartment. She was trapped. Emma couldn't sleep. The terror gnawed at her from the inside, keeping her awake, her eyes darting around the room every time she thought she saw movement. The messages didn't stop. They never stopped. She deleted every follower, blocked every account, but it didn't matter. They came back. They always came back. She thought about going to the police, but how could she explain that the stalker had infiltrated every part of her life? Her social media, her routine, her thoughts, they knew everything. And what terrified her the most was that they weren't done. They were still watching, still waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They would find her, no matter where she went. Because no matter how fast she ran, no matter how hard she tried to escape, they were always one step ahead. And Emma knew. There was no escaping the watcher. Days passed, and Emma's life became a living nightmare. The messages kept coming, each one more disturbing than the last. She tried everything, changing her name, deleting her accounts, even using a new phone, but no matter what she did, they always found her. The watcher was relentless. Emma's every waking moment was filled with the dread of what might come next. She couldn't leave her apartment anymore, too scared to go outside, too scared to be seen. Even the smallest sound set her heart racing. She couldn't trust anyone, couldn't trust anything. Then, one evening, as she sat in her dimly lit apartment, scrolling through the blank social media account she'd created, her phone buzzed again. She hesitated, her finger hovering over the screen. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she couldn't resist. She opened the message. "We're in your apartment, Emma." Her breath caught in her throat. Her eyes darted around the room, but nothing was out of place. The door was locked. The windows were closed, yet the words on the screen burned into her mind. "We're closer than you think." The lights flickered. The air in the room seemed to grow heavy, suffocating. Her fingers trembled as she typed a quick reply. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" For a long moment, there was silence. Then the message came through. "We want you to know that we've always been here. Watching. Waiting." Emma dropped her phone, the screen shattering on the floor. She felt cold, a deep, paralyzing chill spreading through her limbs. She slowly turned her head to the side. There, standing in the corner of the room, was the figure, the one she had seen in the park. Its face was shadowed, but Emma could feel its gaze, unblinking, unfeeling, like it was studying her, analyzing her every movement. Her breath hitched in her throat. She wanted to scream, to run, but she couldn't. She was rooted to the spot, trapped in her own apartment. The figure took a step forward. "You're ours now." Emma's world spun. She could feel the walls closing in, the room shrinking around her. The figure was closer, its presence suffocating. It reached out, a dark hand hovering near her face. Emma couldn't move, couldn't scream. As the figure touched her cheek, she felt the coldness seeping into her skin, the icy grip of something unnatural, something otherworldly. The words on her screen echoed in her mind. "We've always been here." In that moment, Emma realized the terrifying truth. The Watcher was no longer just on her social media. It had crossed over into her life, into her world, and now it was taking her. Let's start with the next story. Mark had always been a creature of habit. His life was simple, and he liked it that way. Every morning, he'd wake up at 7 a.m., make his coffee, and read the paper. At night, he'd lock his door at exactly 10 p.m., ensuring everything was secure before settling into bed. It was a small routine, but it kept his world in order. One evening, after a long day of work, Mark reached into his pocket to grab his house key, but it wasn't there. He checked the other pockets, feeling the fabric shift under his fingertips. No key. His stomach churned. He always kept it on him, and now it was gone. He could have sworn he'd placed it there when he left for work. "Maybe it fell out," he muttered to himself, walking back to the front door. He bent down to check around the steps, his eyes scanning the ground in the dim light of the street lamp. Nothing. No key. Sighing, he got his spare key from the kitchen drawer and let himself in. The feeling of unease still lingered, like an itch he couldn't scratch. The night passed uneventfully. He locked the door, went to bed, and tried to shake the unsettling thought that his key had simply vanished. The next day, Mark did his usual routine. He was in the kitchen, sipping coffee when he heard a sound. It was faint at first, but as he turned toward the door, he noticed it clearly, a soft clicking noise. His eyes widened, and his heart began to race. The sound, it was coming from the lock on the front door. Someone was trying to unlock it. Mark froze in place, listening intently. The click-click-click continued for a few seconds, followed by a brief silence. He stood motionless, his hand trembling slightly as he set his coffee mug down on the table. He knew that sound well. It was the unmistakable noise of someone turning a key in the lock. But there was no one at the door. He hadn't heard anyone approach. The noise stopped abruptly, leaving only the quiet hum of the refrigerator in the background. Mark moved cautiously toward the door, unsure of what to expect. His hand hovered over the doorknob, but he didn't turn it. He wasn't sure if he wanted to know what was on the other side. After a few moments, Mark gathered the courage to peer through the peephole. He saw nothing, no one standing on the porch, no car in the driveway. He opened the door slowly, his eyes darting back and forth, scanning the shadows. But still, there was no sign of anyone. Confused, Mark shut the door and locked it once again. He chalked it up to some sort of trick his mind had played on him, or perhaps a neighbor trying to get in. Maybe his old lock was malfunctioning, making odd noises. Whatever the cause, it didn't seem important enough to dwell on. But the next night, it happened again. The clicking sound returned. This time, Mark was ready. He moved quickly to the door, standing still, his breath held in anticipation. There it was again, the unmistakable sound of the lock turning. This time, the click was followed by the sound of the doorknob rattling, as if someone was trying to force it open. Mark's heart raced. He didn't hesitate. He rushed to his phone and dialed his friend, Tom. "Tom," Mark said, his voice strained. "Someone's trying to break into my house. Are you sure?" Tom asked, sounding confused. "Maybe it's just a malfunction with your door lock, man. Old houses have that problem." "I've heard it twice now," Mark insisted. It's like someone's trying to get in. I don't know how else to explain it." "All right," Tom said, a bit more serious now. "Call the cops if you're scared, but you need to be sure before you do anything crazy." Mark hung up, feeling even more unsettled. He stared at the door, trying to rationalize what was happening. It had to be a mistake, some sort of coincidence. But deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next day, Mark had a locksmith come to replace the lock on his door. The locksmith was a middle-aged man with a gruff voice and a collection of tools that seemed to have seen better days. Locks were out after a while, the locksmith explained as he worked. "Nothing to worry about, just get it replaced, and you'll be good as new." Mark nodded, watching as the man worked. When the locksmith finished, he handed Mark a new set of keys. "There you go. New lock, new keys. No more problems." "Thanks," Mark said, though he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that still clung to him. That night, when the sun set and the quiet darkness filled the air, Mark went through his usual routine. He double-checked the door, making sure it was locked tight. But when he turned out the lights and crawled into bed, he heard it again, the soft clicking sound of the lock. Mark's blood ran cold. He leapt out of bed, his heart pounding in his chest. He ran to the door, peering through the peephole once again, but saw nothing. Nothing at all. His mind raced. How could this be happening? He had changed the locks. He had taken every precaution. And yet, the sound persisted. He swung open the door, half expecting to find someone standing there. But again, the porch was empty, and the night air was still. Mark stepped outside, his breath coming in short gasps. His eyes darted to the ground. There, lying in the middle of the doormat, was the key. His old house key. Mark stared at the key for a moment, his heart skipping a beat. It was impossible. He had tossed that key away the day before when the locksmith had replaced the lock. It couldn't be his key. It couldn't be. He picked it up slowly, his fingers trembling as he held it. The metal was cold, almost too cold for a key that had only been lying on the porch for a few minutes. His eyes scanned the edges, looking for any sign that it was a different key. But no, there it was, unmistakable. His old key, the one that had been lost, the one that had vanished without a trace. He glanced back at the door, the feeling of dread creeping up his spine. This wasn't just a strange coincidence. Something was wrong, something beyond explanation. His mind raced as he tried to make sense of it. Had he made a mistake? Maybe he hadn't changed the lock properly. Maybe the locksmith had done something wrong. But no, he was sure the lock was new, and the key on the mat was unmistakably his. There was only one answer. Something or someone was playing tricks on him. With shaking hands, Mark entered the house, locking the door behind him. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him, waiting. The walls seemed to close in, and every creak of the old floorboards echoed in his ears like footsteps, even though he was alone. For the next few days, the strange occurrences continued. Each night, without fail, Mark would hear the faint clicking sound coming from his door. He would rush to the peephole, but there would be no one there. And each morning, when he checked his keyring, the lost key would be there, right alongside the new ones. He couldn't explain it. It was as though the key appeared out of nowhere, as if it had never been lost at all. Desperation began to creep into Mark's thoughts. What was going on? Why was this happening? And who, or what, was trying to unlock his door? One evening, unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, Mark decided to confront whatever, or whoever, was responsible. He had heard the clicking sound again, the unmistakable noise of the lock turning, and this time he would not run from it. He would face it head-on. He sat in the dark, his back pressed against the door, waiting. Time passed slowly, the ticking of the clock on the wall the only sound filling the silence. Then, just as he had feared, he heard it, the soft, almost imperceptible click of the lock. His breath hitched. He slowly stood up, his heart pounding in his chest. With trembling hands, he reached for the doorknob, preparing himself for whatever lay on the other side. But before he could turn the knob, the sound stopped. The night went quiet again, the silence hanging heavy in the air. Mark hesitated. Was it a trick? Was his mind playing games with him again? Or was something truly out there? He opened the door slowly, his eyes scanning the porch, the street lamp casting long shadows on the ground. But again, there was nothing. No one. He stepped outside, his breath coming out in shallow gasps as he looked around, half expecting someone to jump out at him. But the only thing he found was a small envelope lying on the steps. His pulse quickened as he bent down to pick it up. The envelope was yellowed with age, the edges frayed and worn. There was no writing on the outside, just the faintest scent of something old. Mark hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should open it. But his curiosity got the better of him, and with trembling hands, he tore the envelope open. Inside was a single piece of paper. The writing was scrawled in messy, uneven handwriting, as though it had been written in haste. Mark's eyes scanned the words, his breath catching in his throat as he read. The key is yours to keep, but you can never change what's already been unlocked. The door is open, whether you like it or not. A chill ran down Mark's spine as he read the note over and over, trying to make sense of it. What did it mean? Who had left it? The key was his, but it felt as though something had already been set in motion, something that he couldn't stop. Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang, causing him to jump back in shock. The sound echoed through the empty street like a warning. Mark spun around, his eyes wide with fear. The door was locked again. He reached into his pocket, fumbling for his keys, but when he pulled them out, the old key was there once again, nestled neatly among the new ones. The key that he thought he had lost. The key that should not have been there. Mark's hand shook as he stared at it, his thoughts racing. He was trapped, locked inside his own house, locked in a cycle he couldn't escape. The key, the door, the clicking, was it all some twisted game, or was something far more sinister at play? Mark couldn't breathe. His mind reeled with confusion, but there was no time to waste. He had to get out of the house. He had to find some answers. The walls felt like they were closing in, and the pressure in his chest grew heavier by the second. He had no choice but to confront whatever force was tormenting him, whatever dark power was tying him to this cursed place. His heart hammered in his ears as he tried the doorknob again, but it was as stubborn as ever. The door was locked, just as it had been before. He turned the key in the lock, his fingers numb from fear, but the door wouldn't budge. The locked door loomed before him like a barrier he couldn't cross, no matter how hard he tried. The silence in the house was deafening, punctuated only by the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. Mark's thoughts were scattered, as if his mind was being pulled in every direction at once. The key, the note, the door, nothing made sense. The night felt oppressive, as if the darkness itself was watching him. He knew he had to leave, but something deep inside told him that escaping wasn't as simple as just walking out the door. He could feel it in the air, an unseen presence, a cold chill that clung to him, seeping into his bones. The key in his hand felt heavier, as though it was pulling him towards something, beckoning him to follow. He couldn't explain it, but the urge to turn the key in the lock again was almost irresistible. Was it the key's power? Or was it something else, something more malevolent, that was guiding him toward his doom? With a deep breath, Mark steeled himself and turned the key. The lock clicked, but this time, It wasn't the soft click he had become so accustomed to. This click was different, more deliberate, more final. Mark's stomach twisted in knots as he pushed open the door, half expecting the darkness beyond to swallow him whole. He stepped into the hallway, his feet heavy on the floorboards as they creaked under his weight. Every step seemed to echo in the silence, each footfall a reminder that he wasn't alone. His senses were on high alert. Every shadow, every flicker of movement in the corner of his eye felt like a threat. "Hello," Mark called, his voice barely a whisper, trembling with uncertainty. He strained his ears, listening for any sign that someone, or something, was in the house with him. But there was nothing. The house felt empty, but in a way that made his skin crawl, like it had been waiting for him. He took another step, his hand hovering near the wall for support, when he heard it, a soft rustle, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Slow, measured steps, like someone moving deliberately toward him. Mark froze, his heart pounding in his chest. He tried to make sense of the sound. It was coming from upstairs, from the landing at the top of the stairs. He couldn't see anyone, but he could hear them. Someone was up there, someone who shouldn't be. A part of him wanted to run, to bolt out the front door and never look back. But his feet wouldn't move. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until Mark was sure whoever was upstairs knew he was down here. The air grew heavier, pressing down on him with an invisible weight. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to take a shaky breath. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice barely audible. There was no answer, only the sound of footsteps continuing, moving closer and closer until they stopped. Mark's stomach dropped. He had no idea what was waiting for him. But whatever it was getting closer. He reached for the stairs, his hand gripping the banister tightly as he started to climb. Each step felt like an eternity, the darkness above seeming to stretch out before him, swallowing the light of the house. The air was thick, suffocating, as if the house itself was alive, breathing in time with him. At the top of the stairs, Mark hesitated, his heart racing. He couldn't see anyone, but the air felt wrong. The kind of wrong that made every instinct in his body scream at him to turn back. But there was no turning back now. He stepped into the hallway, his footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. His eyes scanned the rooms, his pulse quickening with each moment that passed. There was nothing, no sign of life, no movement. Just silence. But then, at the end of the hallway, the door to the attic stood ajar. It wasn't open wide, but just enough for him to see the faintest sliver of darkness beyond. The temperature dropped suddenly, the cold biting at his skin as he felt a chill run through him. It was as if something was waiting for him there, something that had been waiting for a long time. The key in his pocket felt cold against his chest, as if it were pulsing with energy, urging him to go to the attic. The note, the footsteps, the strange occurrences, it all pointed to this one place. Mark moved toward the door slowly, his hand trembling as he reached for the doorknob. The air around him grew heavier, almost suffocating, as if the house itself were holding its breath. He turned the knob and stepped inside. The attic was pitch black, the darkness so complete that he couldn't see a thing. His eyes adjusted, but the shadows seemed to stretch and writhe, almost alive. The smell of dust and old wood filled his nostrils, and the silence was absolute. But then, just as he was about to move further into the attic, he heard it. A soft click, a click so familiar that it sent a chill down his spine. He froze, his heart hammering in his chest. He didn't need to look to know what had just happened. The door behind him had closed. The lock had clicked shut. Mark's breath caught in his throat. The click of the door slamming shut echoed through the attic, a sound that seemed to reverberate in every corner of the dark room. Panic gripped him like a vice. He spun around, only to find the door locked once again, the keyhole mocking him with its cold, lifeless presence. He backed away from the door, his heart pounding in his chest, the air thick with the feeling that he was no longer alone. There was something in the attic with him, something unseen, but it was there, and it was watching him. "Who's there?" Mark shouted, his voice breaking as fear took hold. But there was no reply, only silence, as heavy and suffocating as the dark that surrounded him. His eyes darted around the room, desperately searching for any sign of movement, but all he could see was the faint outline of old furniture and forgotten relics covered in sheets, standing like silent witnesses to the terror unfolding before him. Then from the corner of the attic something shifted, a shadow just beyond the edge of his vision. Mark froze, his muscles locked in place as he strained his eyes to focus, but the shadow was gone as quickly as it had appeared. A whisper of air passed his ear, a cold breath against his skin. The temperature dropped, and he could see his breath in the air now, misting in front of him like a ghost's exhale. Mark's fingers trembled as he reached into his pocket, feeling for the key that had started it all. It was still there, cold against his skin, as if it had always belonged to him. But it felt different now. He felt bound to it. A sound like scraping metal dragged Mark's attention toward the far end of the attic, where an old wooden chest sat. He hadn't noticed it before. He was sure it hadn't been there when he first entered. It was a small thing, but there was something about it that made his skin crawl. Something ancient. Something waiting. He couldn't stop himself. His legs carried him forward, each step reluctant but inevitable. He approached the chest, his fingers brushing the dusty surface. It was unnaturally cold, the wood rough beneath his fingertips. His hand shook as he reached for the latch, and with a deep breath he opened it. Inside he found nothing but darkness, no contents, no signs of anything that could explain the sinister feeling in the air. Just empty space. But then, deep within the chest, something shifted. Mark recoiled as something cold and wet pressed against his hand, something alive. A voice whispered in his ear, soft and seductively hollow. "You shouldn't have opened it." Mark's heart raced as he pulled his hand back, but the voice wasn't finished. "The key. It's not just a key," it continued. "It's a bond, a curse, and now you belong to it. You will never leave this place." The attic seemed to grow darker, as though the shadows themselves were closing in, tightening around him, drowning him in their suffocating grip. The air was thick with something unnatural, something ancient. Mark stumbled back, his chest tight with panic. The key in his pocket burned against him, an unbearable heat growing hotter by the second. The walls seemed to pulse with the sound of a distant heartbeat. The key! The key had been the key to all of this. Not just the house, not just the door, but everything, the house itself, the curse, the thing in the attic. All bound to that small piece of metal. Mark's legs gave way beneath him, and he fell to his knees, gasping for air. His vision blurred, his mind spinning as the darkness closed in around him. The voice whispered again, this time louder, more insistent. "You can't escape. You're already here." Tears streamed down his face as he clutched at his chest, trying to tear the key from his pocket, but it was no use. It was glued to him, as though it was part of his very soul. And then, just when he thought he couldn't bear it anymore, the attic door opened. The air shifted. It was no longer cold, but warm, a warmth he hadn't felt in so long. Mark looked up, his blurry vision focused on a figure standing in the doorway. A woman. She stepped into the attic, her presence calming the chaos in the room. Her eyes met Mark's, and for the first time since he'd found the key, he felt a flicker of hope. She was the answer. She had to be. She had to know what was happening. You're here," Mark gasped, reaching out to her, his voice hoarse. She nodded, her expression solemn. "I knew you would come. It was always going to be this way." Mark's head spun, confusion and terror mixing in his veins. What is this? What have I done?" The woman's face softened, a sad smile tugging at her lips. "You didn't lose the key. The key lost you." Mark's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" "The house. The key. They were never meant for you. They were meant for someone else. Someone long gone. And now you're part of it. You're part of the curse." Mark stood, his legs weak beneath him. He stumbled toward her, but the weight of the key in his pocket pulled him back. The pain in his chest flared again. He reached for his pocket, but the key was gone. Suddenly, the room seemed to shift. The shadows twisted around him, the air thickening with a presence he couldn't name. The woman before him began to fade, her form becoming translucent, until she was nothing but a faint outline. "The key is no longer yours," she whispered, her voice fading into nothingness. "You will never leave. This house, this place, it's now your home." The darkness swallowed her whole, and Mark was left alone once more. Alone with the key that had claimed him. Alone with the curse. And so Mark's fate was sealed. His presence became part of the house, and the house became part of him. The key was always with him, and no matter how hard he tried, he would never escape. And every night, when the silence grew too thick to bear, he would hear it again, the sound of someone trying to unlock the door. The sound of someone trying to get in, trying to claim what was never theirs. The stillness in Mark's new world was overwhelming. He had long since stopped trying to escape, his every attempt met with failure, as if the very air of the house had conspired against him. The key was always with him, in his pocket, under his pillow, tucked into his palm as he slept. It never left, and neither did he. The house was his prison, but it had become something else, too. It had become his everything. The walls, once cold and indifferent, now felt like old friends. The creaky floorboards whispered under his feet like familiar voices, reminding him of his eternal place. He no longer feared the darkness or the sounds that crept through the night. He had become a part of it all, as bound to the house as the key itself. But still each night, the sound would return, the faint click, the echo of a door handle being twisted. Sometimes it was quiet, like the last breath before sleep, and other times it came in sharp, frantic bursts, as though someone were desperate to get in. Someone who had lost their way, just as he had. Mark had learned, long ago, not to go to the door when he heard it. There was no need. He was already inside forever. But there were nights, lonely nights, when the sound grew too much for him. He would rise, as if drawn by some invisible force, and move through the dark house. The hallways seemed endless now, stretching out before him like a maze, each turn bringing him deeper into the house's embrace. He would walk with his hand on the wall, feeling the cool texture beneath his fingers, each step a reminder of how long he had been there. But no matter how far he wandered, there was always one door. The attic door. Mark didn't know how long it had been since he had last opened it, since he had last seen the dark space that had once filled him with terror. But every time he heard the click of the door handle, he knew it was calling him. The attic, the place where it had all started. One night, as the whispers of the house grew louder, Mark couldn't resist any longer. He reached for the key, its cold metal pressing against his palm, as though it knew his intentions. It was time. He climbed the narrow staircase, each step creaking under his weight. The door at the top was just as he had left it, locked but waiting, and when he slid the key into the lock, the old wood groaned as it gave way. The attic was as he remembered it, dark, suffocating, and full of forgotten things. But now, as Mark stepped inside, there was a strange sense of calm. The shadows didn't move to consume him. They didn't reach for him like they once had. It was just quiet. At first, Mark thought he was alone. But then he heard it, the soft rustling sound, like fabric brushing against itself. And then, just as before, the figure appeared in the doorway. It was the woman. She was not fading this time, not disappearing into the ether. She was solid, real, and standing in front of him, her eyes locked onto his. There was no sadness in her gaze now, no pity. She was merely waiting. "You knew you would come back," she said, her voice like the softest breeze. Mark didn't speak. He only stared at her, unsure of what to say, unsure of anything anymore. "You belong here," she continued. "The key has claimed you. You have no choice, Mark. Just like the others before you, you are bound to this place. Forever." Mark took a step back, but the room seemed to close in around him. The walls seemed to bend, and the shadows grew longer, stretching toward him as if they were reaching for something, some part of him that was missing. "The others?" Mark asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "The others who came before you," she said. "They too lost their way. They too were bound by the key. They too never left." The woman stepped forward, her presence overpowering. "And now you will never leave either. You are part of the house. The house is part of you." The words settled into Mark's bones, heavy and cold. He wanted to scream, to run, to escape. But deep down, he knew it was too late. He was already where he belonged. "Join them," the woman whispered. "Join us." And in that moment, the attic seemed to shift again. The air grew thicker, the shadows darker. And then, as if by some unseen hand, the door slammed shut behind him, locking him inside with the others. Mark had become one of them now, another lost soul, trapped forever in the house. The key that had brought him here was no longer his to control. It was part of him, and he was part of it. And from that day forward, when the night fell and the silence became unbearable, the sound of someone trying to unlock the door would return. But it would never be Mark. It would be the others, trying to get in, trying to claim what was never theirs. Let's start with the next story. Samantha had never noticed anything unusual about her husband, David, until one night when she woke up to find him standing by the window, staring outside. It was around 3 a.m., and the moonlight cast long shadows in their bedroom. David was motionless, his eyes wide open, but his expression was blank, empty. "Samantha," he whispered softly, though his voice sounded distant, as if he wasn't quite there. She sat up, her heart pounding in her chest. "David, what's wrong?" she asked gently, rubbing her eyes. He didn't respond. Instead, he turned away and walked out of the room, his steps slow and deliberate. Confused, Samantha watched him disappear into the hallway. She waited for a moment, wondering if she should follow him. She had always heard about sleepwalking, but she had never experienced it with David before. He had always been a sound sleeper. But tonight felt different, like something was off. She got out of bed and tiptoed down the hallway, her bare feet barely making a sound on the cool wooden floor. As she approached the staircase, she heard him, David, muttering softly. His words were strange, not in English, not even in a language she recognized. It was a low, guttural tone that sent a shiver down her spine. "David," she whispered, her voice trembling. "What are you saying?" She slowly descended the stairs, her eyes searching in the dim light. David was at the bottom of the stairs, standing near the door to the basement. He was facing away from her, but she could tell he was doing something strange. Her pulse quickened as she took a step closer. "David, please stop," she whispered again, but he didn't hear her. His hands were moving rapidly, as if constructing something in the air. He muttered the same strange words over and over again. Samantha felt a chill run through her body. She had to know what he was doing. Without thinking, she crept closer to the door. She didn't know why, but she felt drawn to it, as if something was pulling her toward the darkness below. She reached for the doorknob, her hand trembling. The basement was cold, and the air smelled musty. The stairs creaked as she stepped down, careful not to make a sound. At the bottom, she froze. There, in the center of the dimly lit room, David was crouched down, working on something. His hands were moving frantically, and the whispering was growing louder, more urgent. Samantha's heart raced as she looked closer. She could barely make out the shape of what he was building. It was some kind of structure, but it wasn't like anything she had ever seen before. It was jagged, twisted, as if it was made of bone and wood. The more she looked, the more she felt something was horribly wrong. "David!" she cried, her voice breaking. "Stop! What are you doing?" David froze. He slowly turned his head toward her, and his eyes, those empty, dark eyes, locked onto hers. There was no recognition in his gaze, no hint of the man she had married. It was as if he wasn't there at all. "Samantha?" He whispered in a voice that didn't sound like his own. You shouldn't have come." His words were chilling, like a warning, but before she could react, he stood up abruptly and turned away from her, his body jerking unnaturally as if something else was controlling him. He walked toward the corner of the room and stood still again, facing the wall. Samantha was frozen in place, her mind racing. What had she just seen? What was he building? And why was he sleepwalking like this, speaking in that strange language? She felt the fear grip her, but something inside her refused to leave. She had to know the truth. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, determined to uncover what was happening to her husband. But as she approached the object he had been working on, a cold gust of air swept through the basement, making her skin crawl. It was then that she saw it, something moving inside the structure. Something that wasn't quite human. A dark shape, writhing and twisting, as if it was alive. Samantha stumbled back, her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. Her heart was hammering in her chest, and she could hardly breathe. What had he done? What was he building? David turned his head again, his eyes wide and unblinking. He smiled, but it wasn't his usual smile. It was a smile that chilled her to the bone. "You shouldn't have come," he repeated, his voice hollow, empty. Samantha didn't know what to do. Her mind was spinning, and she was frozen in place. The basement felt suffocating, the walls closing in around her. She needed to get out, but she couldn't take her eyes off the twisted structure that David had created. Then, without warning, David began to move again, faster this time. His hands were shaking as he grabbed at the object in front of him. It seemed like he was pulling something from it, something long and dark, like a shadow. Samantha watched in horror as the shadow twisted and writhed in his hands. The whispering grew louder, and she felt her skin crawl. It was as if the entire basement was alive, as if it was breathing. The darkness was swallowing her, and she couldn't escape. "David, please stop," she shouted, her voice desperate now. She ran toward him, but the moment she reached him, he spun around with unnatural speed, grabbing her wrist and holding her tightly. His grip was like iron, and his eyes, those cold, empty eyes, stared into hers with an intensity that made her stomach drop. "You shouldn't have come," he whispered again, and this time, the words sounded like a curse. Samantha tried to break free, but his grip only tightened. The whispering was growing louder, filling the room, and the air was thick with the scent of something old and rotten. It was like the very air around her was shifting, changing. And then, as quickly as it started, David let go of her wrist. He stepped back, his body jerking again, and he fell to his knees, his hands clutching his head as if in agony. Samantha stood there, frozen, unsure of what to do next. What was happening to him? Was he still her husband? Or had something else taken over? She stepped closer, hesitantly, and knelt down beside him. His body was trembling, his breath ragged. "David," she whispered, her voice barely audible. His head snapped up, and for a moment it seemed like he was back. His eyes were clear, his expression full of confusion. "Samantha? What? What happened? What am I doing here?" She felt a wave of relief, but it was quickly replaced by the nagging feeling that something wasn't right. The way he spoke, it didn't sound like him. It sounded as though he was still lost, like he wasn't fully aware. Before she could say anything, David stood up suddenly, his eyes wide again, and the strange whispering returned. He looked at her once more, and his voice, soft, chilling, spoke the words she would never forget. "You shouldn't have come." Samantha's heart sank as David's voice trailed off into that strange whisper again. The words were like a warning, but this time they felt like a command, something deeper, something darker. His eyes remained empty, unseeing, as if he were caught in some unseen trance. Her body was frozen in place, unable to move, her mind racing with confusion and fear. What was happening to him? Why had he become like this? Was this some kind of sleepwalking, or was something more sinister at play? The basement, once a place of dull familiarity, now felt like a tomb, a cold, oppressive space that was swallowing her whole. "David," she whispered, her voice trembling. Please talk to me. What's happening to you? What are you doing here? David didn't respond immediately. His body twitched, and he turned slowly, as though the air itself was forcing him to move. The dark, twisted shape he had been working on earlier still sat in the middle of the room, half finished, its form now even more grotesque in the dim light. The strange shadow that had once moved within it was now still, almost as if it were waiting for something. Samantha's breath hitched as she glanced back at her husband. His hands were raised, his fingers curled into tight fists. The whispering continued, growing louder, filling the air like a distant, agonizing chant. It was coming from him, from somewhere deep within, and it wasn't just words anymore. It was a sound, a vibration, something that made her feel like the ground beneath her was trembling. She stepped backward, slowly, not daring to turn her back on him. "David," she whispered again, her voice small in the cavernous basement. Without warning, he began to move again, jerking toward her with unnatural speed. His body twitched and contorted, like something was trying to force its way through him. Samantha's stomach churned, and she staggered backward, heart pounding in her chest. Her mind screamed at her to run, but her feet were glued to the floor, her eyes locked on his. "David, stop. Please," she pleaded, her voice rising in panic. But there was no recognition in his eyes now, only that strange, chilling emptiness. His lips parted, and the words spilled out in that same incomprehensible language, each syllable dripping with malice. Suddenly he stopped. His body became rigid, as if he were holding his breath. Then, just as quickly as the frantic movements had started, they stopped. David stood still, his eyes glassy, his breathing shallow. He looked like a statue, an empty shell of the man she had married. Samantha's legs shook as she fought to maintain control. She couldn't understand what was happening to him. Sleepwalking didn't explain this, not this level of strange behavior. Something more sinister was at work, something far beyond what she had ever imagined. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The only sound in the room was the rhythmic whispering, soft like a hiss, echoing off the walls. And the air, heavy, suffocating, pressed in on her, making it difficult to think clearly. She could barely breathe, let alone figure out what she needed to do. But she knew she couldn't just stand there. She had to act. Taking a deep breath, she glanced once more at the unfinished structure in the center of the room. It seemed to pulse in the darkness, as though it had a life of its own, as though it was waiting for something to happen. Samantha's eyes shifted back to David. He was still staring blankly at nothing, his expression frozen in that terrifying emptiness. His hands, now limp by his sides, seemed almost fragile, like they had lost all purpose. It was like he wasn't in control of his body anymore. "David," she whispered, stepping cautiously closer. But then, in an instant, his head snapped toward her, his eyes narrowing as if he had heard her thoughts. His lips curled into a twisted smile that was far from comforting. It was a smile that spoke of something ancient, something evil. "You shouldn't have come," he repeated, the words dripping with a dark, unearthly tone. His voice was no longer his own. It was like it was being spoken through him, an otherworldly presence that was using his body as a vessel. Samantha staggered backward, a surge of panic rushing through her. She didn't know what to do. She felt trapped, cornered in a house that no longer felt safe. Her mind raced for answers, but they eluded her. Nothing made sense anymore. Suddenly, David moved again, but this time, he didn't move toward her. Instead, he walked toward the strange, twisted structure in the center of the room. Samantha's breath caught in her throat as she watched him kneel in front of it, his hands gently caressing the jagged surface as though it were something precious, something sacred. "No!" Samantha gasped, a wave of nausea sweeping over her. What was he doing? What had he built? It was then that she saw it. From within the structure, something was shifting. The shadow inside it was no longer still. It moved again, stretching and writhing, its form growing more distinct. At first, it was just a silhouette, but now it began to take shape, like something twisted, half human, half something else entirely. It was covered in dark, slick tendrils that seemed to writhe on their own, stretching toward the air, as if reaching for the light. Samantha felt the blood drain from her face. This wasn't sleepwalking. This wasn't something natural. This was something far darker, something far more terrifying. She had stumbled into something ancient, something that had been waiting, perhaps for years, perhaps longer. "David," she whispered, her voice breaking. "What have you done? What is this?" But David didn't respond. His focus remained on the creature, his hands tracing the tendrils with reverence. The shadow was now fully formed, its eyes glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. Its mouth opened, revealing sharp, jagged teeth. It spoke, no, it whispered, the same language David had been muttering in his sleep. The words weren't meant for her ears. They weren't meant for any human ear. The sound was a distortion, an alien voice, something not from this world. And just as quickly as the creature had manifested, it stopped. It stood still, as though waiting for something, waiting for her. Samantha's legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground. She couldn't breathe. Her mind was spinning, her body frozen in terror. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. All she knew was that she had made a terrible mistake by following David down here, and now there was no way out. The creature's eyes locked onto her, and in that moment, Samantha knew one thing for sure: her husband was gone. And whatever had taken his place, whatever had invaded his body, was far worse than anything she could have imagined. As the shadow moved closer, she felt her blood run cold. The whispering grew louder, and as she looked into David's eyes one last time, she heard him speak, his voice now fully submerged in that dark, otherworldly tone. "You shouldn't have come." Samantha's heart thudded in her chest as she struggled to breathe. Her body trembled, frozen to the spot as the creature moved toward her. Its form was now unmistakable, shifting and contorting in a way that no human body could. The tendrils that wrapped around its limbs seemed to pulse, almost like veins, feeding off some unseen energy. The air was thick with an unnatural chill, each breath she took feeling like it was pulling in something cold and suffocating. David, no, the thing wearing David's face, took another step toward her, his movements slow and deliberate, like a predator closing in on its prey. His expression had twisted, his once soft features now warped by a malevolent force. His eyes, once filled with warmth and love, were nothing more than empty pits, glowing with the same eerie light as the creature beside him. Samantha's mind raced, a million thoughts colliding in an instant, but one truth stood out above the rest: she needed to escape. But where could she go? The basement was a maze of old, rotting wood and rusted metal, the windows too small to crawl through, the stairs too far to reach in time. There was no escape. Not now. Not from this. "David," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "Please come back." The words barely left her lips before the creature's head snapped toward her. It wasn't David's voice that answered. It was something else entirely. The tone was guttural, echoing with something deep and ancient, like it came from the bowels of the earth itself. "You should not have followed," it hissed, its voice a twisted mockery of her husband's. "Now you belong to us." Samantha's blood ran cold. "Belong to us?" The creature's mouth opened wide, its teeth gleaming in the dim light, and it began to speak in that strange, incomprehensible language once more. The words wrapped around her mind like a twisted knot, digging into her thoughts, pulling at her very sanity. It was as if the language itself was alive, infecting her brain, seeping into every corner of her mind. With a sharp gasp, Samantha shook her head violently, trying to block out the voice, trying to ignore the pull of its words. But it was too late. The more she fought, the more the whispers clawed at her. Her head spun, and her vision blurred, the room around her distorting as if reality itself was warping. "No!" she cried out, her voice cracking. "Please stop!" But the creature didn't listen. It was moving closer, its dark tendrils stretching toward her, slithering like snakes hungry for their next victim. She felt the cold, clammy touch of the tendrils brush against her skin, sending an electric shock of terror through her body. The tendrils wrapped around her legs, pulling her toward the dark shape that had once been her husband. Desperately, Samantha tried to scramble away, but the more she struggled, the tighter the tendrils gripped her. She couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. It was as if the creature was controlling her every movement, tightening its grip until she had no will of her own. A low, guttural laugh echoed through the basement, a sound that chilled her to the bone. The creature's form was now towering over her, its glowing eyes fixed on her with a malevolent hunger. Samantha could feel its presence pressed down on her chest, the weight of it suffocating, crushing her spirit. "Your husband is gone," it whispered, the words dripping with venom. "And now you will join him. You will become part of this. Part of us." Samantha's eyes darted around the room, searching for any escape. Her hand brushed against the cold, hard surface of the unfinished structure, the very thing that had brought them here. But as her fingers traced the edges of the jagged shape, something strange happened. A flicker of warmth, a whisper of life, seemed to pass through the walls of the structure. It was as if it were reacting to her touch, as though it recognized her. With a gasp, she yanked her hand away, but the feeling lingered. It was as if the structure was alive, alive in a way that she couldn't understand, alive in a way that wasn't just physical. It was a presence, a force, a curse. And then, through the haze of fear and confusion, she heard it. The faintest whisper, so soft, so distant, that she almost thought it was her imagination. But no, she heard it again. It was David's voice. Or at least, it sounded like him. "Samantha, run." The words were weak, faint, barely a whisper. But they were enough to cut through the fog of terror clouding her mind. For a moment, she felt the slightest flicker of hope. The real David was still there, buried deep inside, trapped beneath the weight of whatever this thing was. He was reaching out to her, trying to save her. With newfound strength, Samantha forced her body to move. She kicked and struggled against the tendrils that held her, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The creature hissed, its grip tightening, but she didn't stop. She couldn't. She had to get to him. She had to save him. But as she moved, the shadows in the basement began to shift. The walls seemed to bend and stretch, as if the house itself were alive, reacting to her every move. She felt the air grow heavier, thick with an oppressive force that made her stomach churn. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. The shadows flickered, swirling around her, as though trying to trap her in an endless nightmare. "No," Samantha whispered, struggling to break free. "I won't be a part of this. I won't let it take me." She made one last, desperate lunge for the stairs, her body burning with exhaustion. She could feel the creature's presence behind her, could feel its eyes boring into her back, but she didn't dare look. With one final burst of energy, Samantha reached the stairs and scrambled up, her legs trembling beneath her. The tendrils released their grip, and she stumbled onto the first floor of the house, gasping for air, her heart pounding in her chest. But as she reached the top, she turned around and looked back into the basement. The door at the bottom of the stairs was wide open, the darkness beyond it impenetrable. And then she heard it again, David's voice, faint and distant, calling to her. "Samantha, please help me." Samantha's hand gripped the banister tightly, her body frozen in place as the words echoed in her mind. She couldn't leave him. She couldn't leave David to whatever this was. But as she stood there, torn between the fear clawing at her chest and the love she still felt for the man she had married, she realized something. There was no way out. Samantha's breath was ragged as she stood at the top of the stairs, her gaze locked on the dark basement below. She couldn't tear her eyes away, her heart pounding in her chest as David's voice, so soft, so desperate, echoed in her mind. But the logical part of her, the part that was still trying to make sense of everything, screamed at her to run, to leave, to get out of that house before it swallowed her whole. But what about David? What was happening to him? Her mind was a mess of conflicting thoughts. The terror of the creature that had taken over her husband battling with the love she still held for him. Was he still in there, beneath the thing that wore his face? Was it possible to save him? Or was he already gone, lost forever to whatever dark force had taken hold of him? A cold shiver ran down her spine as she stepped back, her legs unsteady, as if the house itself was conspiring against her. The whispers, those strange and incomprehensible words, were still floating in the air, seeping into her thoughts like poison, trying to erode her resolve. They came from the basement, from the creature, from David. She couldn't tell anymore. Everything was blending together, warping into something twisted and foreign. Samantha shook her head, trying to clear it. No, she couldn't keep standing here, paralyzed by fear. She had to make a choice. She had to decide whether to run or face whatever nightmare awaited her in the dark. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the house, followed by a deep, guttural growl. Samantha's heart leapt in her chest, and she spun around, looking for the source. Her eyes locked on the living room. Its walls seemed to pulse, as though the house itself was alive, hungry for something. In the next instant, the door to the living room burst open, and a shadow lunged toward her. Samantha screamed, stumbling back, but before she could react, something cold and heavy wrapped around her wrist. She looked down to find a twisted, gnarled hand gripping her. The fingers were long, unnaturally so, each one ending in jagged, claw-like nails. They dug into her skin, sending a sharp pain up her arm. "No!" Samantha cried out, struggling to free herself, but the grip tightened, pulling her closer. And then she saw it, him, or what was left of him. David's face was no longer recognizable. His skin was pale, his features stretched and distorted, as if someone had taken the very essence of him and twisted it beyond recognition. His eyes were hollow, empty voids, with no trace of the man she once knew. Instead of a voice, a low, raspy hiss escaped his lips, a sound like metal scraping against stone. "Please, no," Samantha whispered, her voice trembling as the figure drew closer. "David, please come back." But David, or whatever this thing was now, didn't respond. Instead, it simply stood there, its glowing eyes fixed on her, a twisted mockery of the man she had once loved. The grip on her wrist tightened, and she was pulled forward, her feet barely touching the ground. The room around her began to spin, the air thickening with every step. It was as though the house itself was drawing her deeper into its darkness, the walls closing in, the floorboards groaning underfoot. Samantha's mind raced. What do I do? What do I do? She couldn't keep fighting. She was too weak. The creature had drained her of everything, her strength, her will, her hope. She felt herself slipping into the abyss, her thoughts growing foggy, her vision clouding over. And then, just as she thought she would collapse, she felt it again. That whisper. That voice. David's voice. "Samantha, run." It was faint, barely audible, but it cut through the fog of terror in her mind like a knife. It was still him. He was still in there somewhere. In a surge of adrenaline, Samantha yanked her wrist free from the creature's grip. She stumbled backward, her heart hammering in her chest as she looked around desperately for an escape. The walls seemed to shift, the house groaning and creaking around her, but she didn't care. She wasn't going to let this thing win. Without thinking, she turned and bolted for the front door, her feet pounding against the floor, the sound echoing through the house. The air around her felt thick and heavy, as though something was holding her back, trying to drag her down into the abyss. But she didn't stop. She couldn't. The door was right there. It was almost within reach. She could feel the cool night air on the other side, the promise of freedom just a few steps away. But as her hand gripped the doorknob, something dark and heavy slammed into her back, sending her crashing to the floor. Her breath left her in a gasp as the world around her spun, and she was dragged backward, away from the door, away from freedom. "No!" Samantha screamed, kicking and thrashing as she was pulled across the floor. her nails scraping against the wood. "I won't let you take me." But the creature's grip was unyielding. It was as if the house itself had a hand in this, pulling her back into its grasp. Her vision blurred, the edges of reality dissolving, and for a moment, she thought she was going to lose herself completely. But then she heard it again, David's voice. "Samantha?" She turned, her eyes wide with desperation. The creature holding her didn't move. It only stood there, watching her with those glowing, empty eyes. But David's voice was clearer now, louder, coming from somewhere deep within the house. Samantha had no time to think. She didn't know how, but she knew that this was her chance. Her chance to save him, to save herself. With every ounce of strength she had left, she forced her body forward, breaking free from the creature's hold. She stumbled toward the stairs, her mind racing as she followed the voice that she knew had to be David's. She didn't look back. She couldn't. There was only one thing that mattered now, getting to David before it was too late. Samantha's legs burned as she hurried up the stairs, each step a struggle, her breath ragged and uneven. She could hear the house groaning behind her, the floors creaking like a giant waking from a long slumber. The darkness pressed against her, suffocating, threatening to swallow her whole, but she pushed through. Every instinct told her to run, to escape, but she couldn't leave without knowing if David was still inside. The hallway stretched before her, shrouded in shadows, but there was light at the end. The basement door stood ajar, the faintest glimmer of an eerie glow seeping through the crack. Samantha's pulse quickened. That glow, it was coming from below, from where the creature had dragged her. She reached the door and hesitated, her hand hovering above the handle. The voice, David's voice, was faint now, fading, as if it were being swallowed by the walls. She couldn't make out the words, but there was a desperation in it that she couldn't ignore. The choice was clear. She had to go back down, face whatever this thing was, and find him before he was lost forever. Her hand closed around the doorknob. She twisted it, the door creaking open with a sharp groan. The basement stairs descended into the dark, the air cool and damp. The stench of mildew and rot clung to the air, making her stomach churn. But beneath the smell, there was something else, something darker, something that didn't belong. Samantha took a breath and descended. Each step seemed to drag on longer than the last, her footsteps muffled against the thick carpet of dust. The light, now clearer, flickered in the distance, coming from the far corner of the basement. Her eyes narrowed as she moved closer, her heart thudding in her chest. The basement was larger than she remembered. The walls were lined with old furniture, boxes, and crates, but the room felt wrong. The air was thick, charged, as if something ancient and malevolent was stirring in the very walls. She stopped at the bottom of the stairs, the light now flickering erratically. For a moment, everything was still. She strained to listen, to hear David's voice once more, but there was nothing, just the silence, pressing in on her. Then, from the corner of the room, something shifted. A low, mechanical sound, like the scrape of metal against stone, echoed in the silence. Samantha's breath caught in her throat, her eyes widening as she saw him. David stood at the far side of the room, his back to her. He was hunched over something, his hands moving in a jerky mechanical rhythm, as though he were assembling something with great care, but also with a kind of frantic urgency. The light flickered once more, revealing the twisted shape of the object he was working on. A large, dark contraption, built of iron and wood, its shape twisted and wrong. Samantha's heart skipped a beat as she realized it was some kind of altar. There were symbols etched into the wood, symbols she didn't recognize, symbols that seemed to pulse with a dark energy. The air in the room grew colder, and she could see her breath misting in front of her. "David," she whispered, her voice barely audible, trembling. His hands froze mid-motion. Slowly, he turned, and the sight that met her eyes stole the breath from her lungs. David's face was gaunt, pale, ashen even. His eyes were wide and wild, unseeing. the pupils dilated as if he were in some kind of trance. His mouth, once so familiar, was now twisted into a grotesque smile, lips pulled back to reveal teeth that were too sharp, too elongated. Samantha took a step back, her mind racing, her heart pounding. This wasn't him. This was something else. Something that had taken over. "David!" she cried out again, her voice cracking with fear. "Please, it's me. It's Samantha." He blinked, as though confused, his head tilting to the side. For a moment, there was a flicker of recognition in his eyes, a brief moment where it seemed like the man she knew was still there. But then, just as quickly, it vanished. His grin widened, and he spoke, not in his normal voice, but in something deep, guttural, and unfamiliar. "She's waiting for you." Samantha's blood ran cold. "What? Who?" she asked, her voice trembling. David's smile faltered for the briefest moment, and his hands tightened into fists. "She's waiting," he repeated, more forcefully this time, his voice a rasp. He turned back to the altar, his hands shaking as he began to piece together something on the dark surface, his movements frantic now. Samantha's mind spun, trying to make sense of what was happening. The house, the whispers, the strange behavior. It was all coming together now, in ways she didn't want to understand. "David, please," she whispered, taking a step forward. "What have you done? What is this?" But David didn't respond. He only muttered to himself, his voice growing louder and more erratic. The air seemed to vibrate with energy, and the floor beneath Samantha's feet began to tremble, a low rumble that grew louder by the second. The basement felt like it was alive, shifting, breathing with a malevolent force. The altar, the contraption, began to glow, the symbols on its surface lighting up one by one, casting an eerie, sickly light across the room. Samantha stumbled backward, her mind struggling to grasp what was happening. Was this some kind of ritual? Had he summoned something? And then she saw it. Behind him, in the shadows, something was moving, slowly, slithering out from the darkness. A shape, a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form indistinct, shifting and flickering like a mirage, its features hidden beneath a veil of shadow. Her heart stopped as the figure stepped forward, the light from the altar revealing its form, or what little of it could be seen. The thing had no face, no eyes, only darkness, a black void where its face should have been. It moved toward David, toward the altar, its presence filling the room with an overwhelming sense of dread. Samantha's knees buckled, and she fell to the floor, too terrified to move, too horrified to look away. The thing was here. It was real, and it was waiting for David to finish what he had started. "David!" she cried out again, but her voice was lost in the growing chaos, swallowed by the darkness that had consumed her husband, and now it was coming for her too. David's hands trembled as he worked faster, his eyes wide and unfocused, his voice growing more frantic. The thing, the shadowy figure, loomed over him now, its presence filling the room with an oppressive weight. It seemed to breathe in sync with the pulsing altar, each breath a heavy, suffocating force. Samantha could barely move. Her body refused to obey her commands, frozen in terror. The basement felt like it was closing in on her, the walls narrowing, the air thick and suffocating. She wanted to scream, to run, but the sight of David, her husband, the man she loved, being consumed by whatever this was held her in place. "David!" she shouted, her voice hoarse with panic. "Please stop." For the briefest moment, his hands faltered. His head twitched, as though her voice was reaching him. But then the shadow figure leaned in closer, its formless hand extending toward him. The moment the shadow touched his shoulder, David's body jerked violently, and he let out a strange, guttural cry. The glow from the altar brightened, blindingly so, as if the thing was feeding off David's terror, gaining strength with each passing second. The air crackled with energy, and the temperature dropped, each breath that Samantha took turning into a visible mist. David's expression twisted into something unrecognizable, his features warping as the shadow's influence took hold. "She's here, she's coming," he muttered, his voice no longer his own. It was as though the thing inside him had fully overtaken, claiming him for itself. With a sudden burst of clarity, Samantha knew what she had to do. She had no choice. If she didn't act, if she didn't stop this, there would be nothing left of David, nothing left of their lives together. She had to break whatever hold the shadow had on him. She scrambled to her feet, heart pounding, and darted toward the altar, her eyes locked on the flickering symbols. There was something, some pattern, hidden in the glow. She reached out, her hand trembling, and touched the nearest symbol. It was cold, colder than anything she had ever felt. The moment her fingers made contact, the room seemed to groan, and the ground shook beneath her feet. The figure behind her shifted, its presence looming closer, but Samantha couldn't look back. She focused solely on the altar. She pressed harder, her hand growing numb against the surface, but then there was a sudden jolt, as if the entire room had been struck by lightning. The figure screeched, its form flickering like a candle flame in the wind. The darkness that had filled the basement began to twist, distorting like smoke in a strong gust. And then, with a deafening crack, the light from the altar exploded, flooding the room in a blinding flash. Samantha recoiled, shielding her eyes, but as the light began to fade, she heard it, the unmistakable sound of a man gasping for air. She turned to see David collapsing to his knees, his eyes wide and confused, the madness leaving his expression like a cloud lifted from the sky. The shadow, whatever it had been, was gone. The room was silent now, save for the ragged breaths escaping Samantha and David. The altar's glow had faded, and the symbols etched into it were now dull, lifeless. "David," Samantha whispered, her voice trembling. Are you back?" He looked up at her, dazed, blinking as if waking from a deep, dark sleep. His expression was a mix of confusion and fear, but as he met her eyes, something in his gaze softened. "Samantha," he rasped, his voice hoarse. What happened?" I remember. I remember you calling my name, but She rushed to him, falling to her knees beside him. "It's okay. You're safe now. You're here with me. Whatever it was, it's gone. You're free." David shook his head, disoriented, his hand instinctively reaching for hers. I don't know what happened, Sam. I don't know. I was trying to build something, trying to finish it, but I wasn't in control." Samantha held him tightly, pulling him into her arms, but her mind raced with 1,000 questions. What had the thing been? Why had David been drawn to it? And most terrifying of all, what had they almost unleashed? For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The silence in the basement was thick, oppressive, as though the house itself was holding its breath. But then, as the seconds passed, it became clear the nightmare was over. David was back, and whatever the dark force had been, it had retreated for now. But even as she held him, even as she felt the warmth of his body against hers, Samantha couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching them, something that might return. The fear lingered, creeping in the corners of her mind, whispering that their lives would never be the same. Whatever dark force had possessed David, it hadn't disappeared completely. It was waiting for the next moment of weakness, the next opportunity. And for the first time, Samantha wondered, how long could they outrun it? Her fingers tightened around David's, and together, they sat in the dark, knowing that the true horror of what had just occurred was only just beginning. As the hours passed, the weight of the moment seemed to settle over them like a heavy fog. Samantha kept glancing around, as though the basement's shadows could shift and change at any second. The walls felt alive now, pulsing with an energy that was barely contained. But David, her husband, was back, and that was what mattered most. He looked at her, his face still pale, his eyes clouded with confusion. "Sam, He stopped, his voice thick with emotion. "I don't know what happened to me. It was like I was there, but I wasn't. I couldn't control it. It was like I was asleep, but I wasn't." Samantha pulled him close, holding on to him like a lifeline, her heartbeat steady against his. I know, David. I saw it. But you're back now. You're not sleepwalking anymore. You're here with me. David's fingers dug into her arms as he stared into her eyes, his breath quickening. But what was that thing? What was it I was building down here? She shook her head, unsure of the answer. The altar, the symbols, it all seemed to pulse with something darker than she could comprehend. She didn't have the words, and a part of her didn't want to speak them aloud, as though speaking the truth would summon whatever had taken hold of him back into their lives. I don't know, she whispered, but we need to get out of here, David. We need to leave. David didn't argue. He nodded slowly, a shiver running through him. Yeah, let's get out. I don't want to be in this basement another second. They stood together, hand in hand, and made their way toward the stairs. Each creak of the floorboards beneath their feet felt like an intrusion into the silence, breaking the fragile peace they had found. But as they reached the top of the stairs, the sound of something soft, almost imperceptible, echoed in the distance. It was a whisper, a voice, not quite a voice, drifting from the basement. The unmistakable sound of a language they didn't recognize. Samantha's blood ran cold. She stopped in her tracks, heart thudding in her chest. She turned to look at David, but he was already staring at the basement door, his eyes wide with the same horror she felt creeping up her spine. It's not over, he whispered, his voice barely audible. They both turned to face the door, waiting. But there was nothing except the low, unsettling hum that filled the air. A sound that seemed to grow louder, closer, as though whatever force had taken hold of David was still there, waiting to come back. And in that moment, Samantha realized with a chilling certainty that the nightmare wasn't finished. They had only scratched the surface of something far older, far darker than either of them could have ever imagined. Whatever had been building in the basement, whatever had lured David there in the first place, it wasn't finished. Not by a long shot. The whispers grew louder, as though the darkness itself was calling to them. David, Samantha said softly, her voice shaking. We have to go. We can't stay here. He didn't answer, his eyes still fixed on the door, his expression unreadable. But Samantha could feel it, something pulling at him, something drawing him back into the shadows. Before she could stop him, David stepped forward, his hand reaching for the door. I have to finish this, he murmured, his voice distant, hollow. No, Samantha cried, grabbing his arm. David, no. But it was too late. The door opened with a groan, and as it did, the darkness surged forward, rushing like a flood, pulling them both back toward the basement. The whispers turned into a scream, a terrible, deafening scream that seemed to reverberate through the very walls of the house. Samantha tried to hold on, but the force was too strong. She was dragged toward the stairs, toward the altar, toward whatever unspeakable thing was waiting below. Her grip on David slipped, and he was consumed by the darkness, his body vanishing into the basement. With one final scream, the door slammed shut, and the house fell silent. Samantha collapsed on the floor, her heart racing. She knew deep down that they hadn't escaped, that whatever had claimed David, whatever had taken hold of him, was still there in the shadows, waiting for the next victim. The silence was deafening, but the whispers would never fade. Samantha sat motionless in the darkness, her mind racing, her body cold with fear. The silence that followed David's disappearance was suffocating, a heavy weight pressing down on her chest. She wanted to scream, to run, but the terror in the pit of her stomach kept her still, frozen in place. She could hear nothing now, no whispers, no sounds of movement from the basement. The house had fallen into an eerie calm, the kind that comes just before the storm. But the storm wasn't over. It had only just begun. She stood up slowly, her legs unsteady, her hands trembling. Every inch of her wanted to flee, to escape this place, to never look back. But her heart refused to let go. David was down there, somewhere in that cursed basement. She couldn't leave him, couldn't let whatever dark force had consumed him win. Taking a deep breath, Samantha turned toward the basement door once again. Her hand hovered over the handle, and for a moment she hesitated. The thought of what lay behind that door, the darkness, the whispers, the thing that had overtaken her husband, made her want to turn away. But then she remembered David's face, his helplessness, his terror. She remembered the love they shared, the life they had built together. He wasn't gone, not entirely. She couldn't give up on him. With trembling hands, she twisted the doorknob and opened the door. The basement was just as it had been before, silent, dark, and suffocating. The altar still stood in the center of the room, its glowing symbols now dull and lifeless. But there was something different in the air now, a heaviness, a presence that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Samantha stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't know what she was looking for or what she hoped to find, but she knew she couldn't leave without trying. As she walked toward the altar, a cold breeze brushed past her, and she froze. Something was watching her, something ancient, something hungry. The whispers returned, faint at first, but then growing louder, filling her ears with words she couldn't understand. Samantha's breath caught in her throat. She could feel it now, the presence, the malevolent force that had been lurking in the house all along. It wasn't just in the basement, it was everywhere. Suddenly, she heard a sound, a soft shuffle, the faintest of footsteps coming from behind her. She spun around, expecting to see David, but there was nothing. The room was empty. Then, the whispers became louder, clearer. They weren't just whispers anymore. They were voices calling to her. She recognized one of them. It was David's voice. "Sam, help me." Her heart skipped a beat. She took a step toward the stairs, but her body froze, her feet glued to the ground. The voices grew louder, more frantic, more desperate. "Sam, don't leave me." Her blood ran cold as she turned, her eyes darting around the basement. The air seemed to shimmer, and then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw him. David. He stood at the far end of the room, his eyes wide, his body hunched, as though he were still sleepwalking, his face twisted in agony. But there was something wrong about him, something deeply wrong. His skin was pale, his eyes empty, and the shadows clung to him like a second skin, whispering in a language that sent a chill down her spine. "David!" Samantha cried, her voice breaking. "David, it's me. It's Sam." But he didn't respond. He just stood there, staring at her with those vacant, hollow eyes. The room seemed to darken, the shadows stretching toward her, pulling her in, swallowing her whole. Samantha stepped forward, but then the figure, David's body, or whatever was left of it, moved. Slowly, almost painfully, he lifted his head, and his mouth opened wide. The scream that came from his throat wasn't his own. It was something ancient, something otherworldly. It echoed through the basement, reverberating off the walls, filling Samantha's ears with an unbearable, soul-shattering sound. And then, as she watched, frozen in terror, the shadows closed in around him. With one final, terrible scream, David's form dissolved into the darkness, his body consumed by the thing that had taken him. The basement was silent once again, and Samantha was left alone in the dark, the only sound her own ragged breathing. For a long time, she stood there, unable to move, unable to understand what had just happened. The love she had known, the life she had shared with David, it was all gone. Lost to something she couldn't explain, something she couldn't fight. But as the darkness closed in, she realized the truth. She wasn't alone. Whatever had taken David was still here, still watching, waiting for her next move. And she knew deep down that it wouldn't stop. Not until it had her, too. The whispers continued to swirl around her, growing louder, their meaning clearer. It was coming for her now, and she couldn't run. Let's start with the next story. It was a quiet evening when Lily sat down on her couch after a long day of work, ready to relax. She had been scrolling through her phone, absent-mindedly checking her emails and messages when something caught her eye. A message from an unfamiliar number. The message was simple, but it was enough to stop her heart for a moment. Lily, it's me, Amanda. Do you remember? We were inseparable in high school. Lily frowned. She didn't recognize the name. She didn't remember anyone named Amanda from high school. Sure, she had friends back then, but her memory was a little foggy. There were a lot of people, a lot of faces she didn't recall as clearly anymore. But this message felt wrong. She quickly typed back, "Sorry, I don't think I remember you. High school was a long time ago." The reply came quickly, almost too quickly. "I get it, you don't remember. That's okay. I guess it's been a while. But we were really close. Do you remember the secret place we used to go to? The one we promised never to tell anyone about." The words hit her like a cold wave. A secret place? Lily's stomach turned, but she couldn't put her phone down. She tried to think. Was there a place she had kept a secret with someone? Her mind seemed to be playing tricks on her. She couldn't recall anything about this Amanda or the secret place. She typed again, her fingers trembling slightly. "Sorry, I really don't know who you are." Amanda's reply came almost instantly. "That's okay. I'll help you remember. Do you remember the night at the lake? It was our last night together before I left." Lily froze. The lake? The memory stirred something deep within her, but it was fleeting. She couldn't place it. There had been nights spent by lakes when she was younger, gatherings with friends, but she couldn't recall anything specific. She couldn't remember a night that was special, or terrifying, or life-changing. She quickly responded, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember anything like that." Amanda didn't respond right away, and Lily felt a strange relief, as if the whole conversation had been a mistake. Maybe this person had the wrong number. Maybe they'd forgotten who they were talking to. But then, the message pinged again, and Lily's heart sank as she read the new text. "You don't remember, do you? Well, maybe this will jog your memory." The next message wasn't just text. It was a photo. Lily stared at the image, her breath catching in her throat. It was blurry, but she could make out the shape of a lake, the trees surrounding it, and standing at the water's edge, two figures. One of them was a girl who looked just like her. The other girl was Amanda. Lily could feel her heart pounding in her chest. This image felt like it was pulled from a dream, one of those nightmares that slips away as soon as you wake up, but it stays with you, the unease lingering. She stared at the photo, trying to remember, trying to figure out why she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. "Who took this?" she typed, the words spilling out of her hands before she could stop herself. Amanda replied after a long pause, "We did. Together. You and me." The response sent a chill through Lily's entire body. She was trembling now. She had to get some answers. She grabbed her keys and quickly stood up from the couch. "Where are you now?" Lily texted, her fingers moving faster than her thoughts. "Where do you want to meet?" The reply was almost immediate. "No need to meet. You're already with me." Lily's breath caught in her throat. The words didn't make sense, but they sent a wave of panic crashing over her. She quickly glanced at the darkened corners of her apartment, the silence around her making her feel more alone than ever before. Her phone buzzed again. "You don't remember the ritual, do you? I told you we'd always be together. Always." Lily's hands went cold. Ritual? She had no idea what Amanda was talking about. The only thing she knew was that this was too much. Too strange. Too wrong. She grabbed her purse and headed for the door, wanting nothing more than to escape the oppressive air that seemed to surround her. But just before she opened it, her phone buzzed one last time. "You're not alone, Lily. You never were." Lily stared at the message for what felt like an eternity. The words seemed to seep into her mind, twisting around like some kind of dark omen. "You're not alone. You never were." The idea was terrifying. She shook her head, as if trying to rid herself of the dread that had settled in her chest. She opened the door and stepped into the hallway, but the moment she did, She felt a strange weight in the air, as if something had changed. The apartment building that had always felt so safe and ordinary now felt distant, unfamiliar. Her footsteps echoed down the empty corridor, and the silence felt wrong, like there was something watching her, waiting for her to make a move. The air grew heavy with each step, and the walls seemed to close in on her, suffocating her with a deep sense of unease. She pulled out her phone again, desperate to escape the grip of fear creeping over her. She tried to call her best friend, but the call wouldn't go through. The line remained dead, a cold silence on the other end. She tried again. Nothing. Frustrated, she texted back, "What do you want from me?" The reply came almost immediately. "You'll remember soon enough." Lily's heart raced, panic beginning to seep through her veins. The hallway felt longer now, and each door she passed seemed to watch her, like eyes staring from behind cracked, open doorways. The dim lighting flickered intermittently, casting shadows that stretched unnaturally across the walls. She quickened her pace, unsure of where she was heading, but knowing she needed to leave the building. She needed to get out of here. The elevator doors opened, and Lily stepped inside, pressing the ground floor button with a shaking finger. The elevator jolted to life, and she gripped the metal railing tightly, trying to steady herself. Her phone buzzed once again, and this time, the message was different. "Do you remember the old tree? The one with the scarred bark? We carved our names into it." Lily froze. The words hit her with a strange familiarity. A memory sparked, hazy and distant. A scarred tree, carved initials. She remembered walking with someone beneath the branches, the warmth of the sun on her skin, the scent of the earth. But the memory was fleeting, just out of reach, like it was floating in the corner of her mind, ready to slip away at any moment. She typed back, her hands shaking. "Stop. I don't remember. Please just stop." But Amanda's response was already there. "You will remember. It's too late to forget." Lily felt a chill run down her spine. The elevator came to a screeching halt, jerking her forward. She stumbled but caught herself on the railing. The doors opened, and she stepped out into the lobby. Something felt off. The building was too quiet, too still. The lobby was empty, the receptionist's desk unmanned. The fluorescent lights hummed a low, almost imperceptible sound, adding to the strange atmosphere. She could hear her breath in her ears, her heart pounding against her ribcage. Without thinking, she turned and rushed for the exit. The door was locked. Her heart skipped a beat. She tugged at the handle again, but it didn't budge. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up. She backed away from the door, the phone still in her hand. She glanced around, panic rising in her throat. "Amanda? What's happening?" she typed. The response was chilling, almost too casual. "You should have remembered sooner." Suddenly, she heard something, a faint noise from the back of the lobby. A rustling, followed by soft footsteps. Lily spun around, but no one was there. The hairs on her neck prickled. Her phone buzzed again, this time with a new message from Amanda. "You've always been able to feel me close, even when you didn't know." The air around her seemed to grow thicker, heavier, as if something was closing in on her. Her breath came faster, her chest tightening. She had to get out, had to escape whatever was happening. She moved toward the exit again, her hands trembling as she tried the door one last time. It still wouldn't open. Her phone buzzed once more. "Lily, I'm closer than you think." She spun around. The footsteps were louder now, closer. Her mind screamed for her to run, but her legs felt like they were frozen to the ground. She could feel the presence behind her, like someone was breathing down her neck. It was too much to comprehend. The darkness in the corners of the lobby seemed to shift, to twist, and Lily suddenly understood. Whatever this was, whatever Amanda was, it was here. It was in the building, and it was coming for her. Lily's heart pounded in her chest, the blood rushing in her ears as she forced her legs to move. She darted to the nearest window, grabbing the handle with shaking hands, but it wouldn't open. It was locked. Her mind raced, but all she could think of was the message, the words, the feeling of being watched. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think straight. She turned toward the back of the lobby again, where the sound of footsteps had stopped. Everything was silent now. Too silent. The lights flickered again, casting shadows that danced across the walls in unnatural ways. Her hands trembled as she held her phone tightly, feeling it vibrate in her grip. "Lily, you never liked the quiet, did you? It was always too much for you." The message was there, waiting for her. Her throat tightened. She didn't want to read it. She didn't want to acknowledge it, but her fingers moved on their own. She opened the message anyway. "Do you remember the sound of my voice in your ear? The whispers in the dark?" She stumbled backward, bumping into the receptionist's desk. The sudden impact jolted her into motion again. She couldn't stay here. She couldn't wait around and let this, whatever it was, consume her. She turned toward the stairwell, hoping against hope that she could escape through the building's back exit. It was a long shot, but she had to try. She ran for the door, her footsteps echoing against the empty walls. The door opened with a groan, and she slammed it behind her as she ascended the stairs. She moved quickly, her mind in a blur. Her fingers brushed against the railing, her feet stumbling as she pushed herself higher. The building felt like it was closing in on her. Each step was heavier than the last. She could feel Amanda's presence, closer now, pushing against her. The walls seemed to pulse, breathing with her, and she couldn't escape it. At the top of the stairs, she rushed down the hallway, her phone still in hand. She had to make it to the fire exit. She had to get outside. But then something caught her eye. A figure, standing in the middle of the hallway. She froze. Her breath hitched. The figure was dressed in a familiar long coat, its dark silhouette contrasting sharply against the dim lights overhead. Lily's heart dropped. She didn't need to see the face to know who it was. Amanda. She could feel her, even without the face. "I knew you'd come to me eventually," a voice murmured, too soft, too close. Lily turned and bolted toward the nearest exit, her legs burning with fear, her mind racing. She had to get out. She had to escape this nightmare. The sound of footsteps followed her, always too close, always right behind her. She grabbed the fire exit door, yanking it open and stumbling into the alley outside. The cold night air hit her like a slap, and she gasped for breath. She didn't stop running. She couldn't stop. She didn't know where she was going. She didn't care. The streetlights flickered above her, casting long shadows across the pavement. Everything felt wrong. The familiar city streets were twisted somehow, the buildings taller, the alleyways darker than they should have been. She turned left, then right, not sure of where she was or which way she was heading. "Lily, don't you remember?" The voice was close. Too close. She turned around and saw Amanda standing at the end of the alley, staring at her with wide, empty eyes. The streetlights above her flickered wildly, the shadows stretching unnaturally long. The figure was still, her presence overwhelming. Lily's pulse hammered in her chest. "I don't remember you. I don't remember any of this," Lily gasped, her voice breaking. Her hands were shaking uncontrollably now. The fear threatened to swallow her whole. She wanted to scream, but her throat was too tight. Amanda stepped forward, her face still shrouded in darkness. The sound of her footsteps was all Lily could hear as she slowly approached. "You do, Lily. You just need to focus." Amanda's voice was soft, sweet, too sweet, like honey, but there was something sharp in it. Something deadly. Lily tried to back away, but her feet felt frozen to the pavement. She couldn't move. The air around her grew heavy, thick with a suffocating weight. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. She opened her mouth, but nothing but a raspy breath escaped. Her vision blurred. The world spun around her. "You always knew. You just didn't want to." Lily closed her eyes, her heart racing. She couldn't fight this. She couldn't fight Amanda. The shadows crept toward her, curling around her feet like tendrils, dragging her into the darkness. She felt a sharp pressure against her chest, as if something cold, something vile, was pressing against her very soul. And then there was silence. Lily opened her eyes, though she wasn't sure how long they had been closed. The air was heavy, cold against her skin, and the weight in her chest had lifted, but the silence pressed in, suffocating her. She stood alone in the alley, but the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, hadn't gone. It was as though the world had shifted, and she was still in it, yet entirely separate. Her surroundings were different. The alley that had been alive with the sound of her frantic footsteps, the distant hum of the city, was now utterly still. There were no cars, no voices. The buildings loomed tall and looming, but they were distorted, not quite right. The shadows beneath the streetlights were too thick, too solid. Lily's heart beat faster as she took a step forward. Her feet felt heavy, as though she was walking through thick, sticky mud. Her breath came out in shaky bursts, her mouth dry. She stumbled forward, unable to shake the feeling that the ground beneath her was shifting with every step. She had to move. She had to keep going. She spun around, but there was no one behind her. Still, the oppressive weight of the silence seemed to suffocate her, pushing her forward against her will. She didn't know where to go, didn't know what to do. The city she had once known seemed unfamiliar now. The streets that had once been safe felt hostile, alien. Her phone buzzed again, breaking the eerie stillness. Lily hesitated, then fumbled with her phone, bringing it up to her face. A new message. It was from Amanda. "You're still running, aren't you?" Lily's throat tightened, her fingers trembling as she read the words. She could almost hear Amanda's voice, a soft whisper in the back of her mind, just out of reach. "I told you, Lily. You can't escape. I'm always with you." The words on the screen seemed to twist and bend, as though they were written in some strange, forgotten language. She was trembling now, her body stiff and frozen, unable to escape the terror that was clawing at her mind. Was this real? Was Amanda real? Or had she lost her grip on reality completely? The more she tried to convince herself that none of this made sense, the more she felt like she was slipping further into a nightmare. Lily took a shaky breath and turned around, looking at the buildings again. The alley seemed to stretch forever now. The night felt thick with shadows, like the dark itself was waiting, watching her every move. Suddenly, she saw something in the distance. A flicker of movement. Her heart leaped into her throat as she squinted into the darkness. Amanda. She was standing there, far away at the end of the alley, watching her. The long coat billowed around her like it was part of the night itself, her face still hidden in shadow. But this time, Lily didn't feel the urge to run. She couldn't. Her legs were rooted to the ground. "Lily," Amanda called softly, her voice carrying across the alley like it was inside Lily's head. "You've been running for so long. Don't you want to stop?" Lily tried to speak, but her throat was dry, her voice barely a whisper. She couldn't even make a sound. She wanted to yell, to scream, but all she could manage was to stare back at Amanda, her eyes wide with terror. Amanda's figure seemed to shimmer, flickering in and out of sight. The shadows around her deepened, stretched, until the dark felt like it was closing in around Lily. "You don't remember, do you?" Amanda's voice echoed, distorting as it filled the alley. "You don't remember how it all ended." The words hit Lily like a blow to the chest. Her head spun, her vision blurred. She clenched her fists, trying to push away the sensation, but it was impossible. Memories, fractured and broken, began to surface, pieces of a past she had buried. She remembered laughter, late nights, shared secrets. She remembered Amanda's face, but it wasn't the face she saw now. It was different, distorted, like a reflection in a cracked mirror. A face that had once been her closest friend, now twisted by something darker. "What happened to us, Amanda?" Lily whispered, though she wasn't sure if she spoke aloud or if the words were only in her mind. Amanda's figure stepped forward, the shadows creeping in her wake, her voice growing louder, more insistent. "You know what happened, Lily? We were inseparable, until you left me behind." The words felt like a punch to her gut. A cold chill ran through her, and she stumbled back, a wave of panic rising in her chest. "No, I didn't leave you," Lily gasped, but the words felt hollow, distant, as though she wasn't speaking them at all. Amanda's lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't kind. It wasn't human. The shadows thickened, swallowing the alley around them. "You don't remember, do you? The last night we were together. The promise you made." Lily felt her mind twist, her memories spinning wildly out of control. She grasped at the fragments, trying to pull them together, but they slipped through her fingers like smoke. The last night, the promise. We'll always be together. Always. No matter what. The words echoed in her mind, a whisper from the past. Lily's breath hitched as the memory snapped into place, sharp and clear. It was the night Amanda had. Lily gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "No, no, that can't be true," she whispered, but she knew. She knew what had happened, and Amanda had never forgotten. Lily's heart thudded painfully in her chest. The alley seemed to close in around her, the walls twisting and warping like the very world was caving in. She could hear Amanda's soft breathing now, too close, as if the air itself was filled with her presence. "You left me, Lily." Amanda's voice was almost a hum now, soft and relentless, like the sound of something crawling through her very thoughts. "You left me, and now you'll never escape." Lily tried to take a step back, but her feet felt stuck to the ground, as though the shadows had taken root in her soles. Her body was trembling uncontrollably. She wanted to scream, to beg for the truth to stop haunting her, but the words caught in her throat. Every fiber of her being screamed to run, but her legs betrayed her. "We promised, didn't we?" Amanda whispered, her voice echoing as if it was everywhere and nowhere at once. "We promised that we'd always be together, no matter what." "But you broke that promise, Lily. You broke it when you ran." The darkness around them seemed to deepen. Lily could feel the oppressive weight of Amanda's words pressing down on her chest, the air too thick to breathe. She felt suffocated, as if the memories themselves were strangling her. She could almost see Amanda's twisted form moving closer, the shadows around her pulsating, stretching in unnatural ways. Lily's mind was racing, but one image broke through the chaos, as vivid as if it had just happened. Amanda, lying still in the cold, silent darkness, the promise of their bond still fresh on her lips, even as Lily turned and ran. The accident, the night Lily had escaped. But she had never thought about the consequences, never thought of what she had left behind. "I couldn't save you," Lily choked out, her voice cracking. "I tried, Amanda. I tried to save you, but I couldn't." A cold laugh erupted from the shadows, and Lily felt it run down her spine like ice. "You never tried hard enough, Lily. You never even came back. You ran, and now you're mine." Lily's breath hitched. There was no escaping it. There was no running anymore. The shadowed figure of Amanda was closer now, so close that Lily could almost reach out and touch her. The same face, the same smile that had once been filled with warmth and light, was now twisted, an eerie, hollow mask of the girl she had known. Amanda's eyes were black, deep, empty voids that swallowed everything in their path. Lily closed her eyes, her body trembling, and then suddenly she remembered everything. The details, the truth of what had happened that night. How she had left her friend behind, how she had lied to herself for years. She had never been able to forgive herself for it. Amanda had been calling for help, but Lily had turned away. And now, in the dark of the alley, in the silent emptiness, that same call was echoing in the depths of her soul. "I'm sorry," Lily whispered through the tears, her voice barely a breath. She sank to her knees, broken, pleading with the darkness. "I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to leave you behind." But Amanda's twisted figure didn't move. Her lips stretched into a grin, but it wasn't the grin Lily remembered. It was cold, unnatural. Too late for apologies. Lily felt the shadows press in on her, swallowing her whole. Her heart raced faster as she closed her eyes, feeling the presence of Amanda's vengeful spirit surrounding her. The promise, the bond, the guilt, it all overwhelmed her. And just as she felt the shadows close in around her, she knew with a sickening certainty that there was no escaping this. No more running, no more forgetting. The darkness took her, and in the stillness of the alley, there was only the faint whisper of Amanda's voice. "We'll always be together, Lily. Forever." Lily's body went limp, her consciousness slipping away like water through her fingers. The world around her blurred into an endless void, and for a moment she felt weightless. Time seemed to stop, the silence in her mind louder than anything she had ever known. But then, through the stillness, came a whisper, a voice that wasn't Amanda's, but a voice from deep within her own mind. "Wake up!" It was faint, like a distant echo. At first, Lily thought it was a dream, but it grew louder, more insistent, until it cut through the shadows and pierced the dark silence that had consumed her. Her eyes snapped open, and she gasped for air, the sensation of suffocating pressure lifting just as quickly as it had surrounded her. She was still on the cold ground of the alley, but the shadows that had once loomed over her were gone. The presence of Amanda, the weight of guilt, had all vanished. But something felt wrong, something felt different. The air was thick, too still, unnaturally still. Lily slowly pushed herself up, trembling. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was still there, lurking just beyond her sight. And then she saw it. At the edge of the alley, standing in the dim light, was a figure. Not Amanda, but someone else. Someone she had never expected to see again. Her breath caught in her throat. It was her. Lily stared wide-eyed as she saw herself standing there, in the same clothes, with the same dark eyes, but with a coldness that sent a chill down her spine. The figure, the reflection of herself, stared back at her without a hint of emotion. She stepped forward, but Lily couldn't move. Her feet felt glued to the pavement, as if the very ground had shackled her. "You think you've escaped," the figure said, its voice a cold mirror of her own. "But you can't escape yourself. You can't outrun what you've done." Lily felt her heart pound in her chest. The alley seemed to close in on her again, and her breath became shallow. The figure's eyes, black as the shadows, never left hers. It smiled, but it wasn't the same smile she knew. It was twisted, a sickening grin that spoke of things unsaid, things buried deep within her past. "You left her, Lily. You always have." The words rang in her ears, and Lily's body trembled as the truth crushed her. The years of running, of hiding from her guilt, had all led her here. There was no escaping the past, no outrunning the haunting memories of Amanda. She took a step back, but the reflection moved in sync with her, matching her every motion. It was as if they were two halves of the same whole, bound together by an unspoken curse. "It's time to remember," the reflection said. "Time to face what you've done." The ground beneath her seemed to shake as the alley warped once more. Lily stumbled, barely able to keep her footing. The figure continued to approach, its grin growing wider with each step. It was closer now, too close, and Lily could feel its presence, suffocating, overwhelming. In one final, desperate attempt, Lily closed her eyes and screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the darkness. And in that moment, she understood. She had never truly escaped. She had been running from herself all along. When she opened her eyes again, the alley was empty. The figure was gone, but its words remained, echoing in her mind like a final, eternal warning. Lily stood alone in the stillness. The shadows that had once surrounded her had vanished, leaving only silence in their wake. But deep inside, she knew the truth. Some things you can never escape. Not even the things you try to forget. Lily stood motionless, the echo of her own voice still lingering in her mind. The alley, once shrouded in an unsettling darkness, now seemed strangely empty, too empty. The oppressive weight of her guilt had dissipated, but it left behind something even heavier, the realization that she could never truly outrun the past. She took a shaky step forward, her legs trembling beneath her as the memory of her time with Amanda flooded her once again. She had spent years trying to bury those memories, to forget the friendship that had shaped her life in ways she was too afraid to acknowledge. But now, standing in the silence, Lily understood that she had never truly left Amanda behind. The past had always been with her, haunting her every move. Her heart raced as the weight of the truth settled in her chest. She couldn't escape it, couldn't escape herself. A cold gust of wind swept through the alley, sending a shiver down her spine. Lily turned and slowly began to walk away, the sound of her footsteps the only thing breaking the silence. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. The reflection of herself, the haunting smile, was still there, lingering in the shadows of her mind. With each step, the alley seemed to stretch further into the distance, as if it was never ending. Lily wasn't sure where she was going, but it didn't matter. The world around her seemed to fade into nothingness, and all that remained was the oppressive weight of her memories. As she walked, the air grew colder, and the streetlights ahead flickered and dimmed. She tried to push the thoughts from her mind, but they clung to her, dragging her down, drowning her in their suffocating grasp. And then, as the last flicker of light disappeared into the darkness, Lily understood. The past had always been waiting for her. It had never really let go, and it would never let her forget. Let's start with the next story. The afternoon sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden light over the small town. Sarah, a single mother, was looking for a way to entertain her 6-year-old daughter, Emily, who had been bouncing with energy all day. As she drove through the quiet streets, Sarah spotted the playground near the edge of town. It had been a while since they'd visited, but it seemed like the perfect place to let Emily run around for a bit. "How about we go to the playground?" Sarah asked, glancing over at her daughter, who was busy playing with her toy car. Emily looked up, her face lighting up with a smile. "Yes, let's go, Mommy." The car pulled into the small, empty parking lot. It was a quiet place, far from the bustle of the town center. The playground itself sat under a few large oak trees, their leaves rustling gently in the breeze. The swings were visible from the parking lot, swaying lightly, though there was no wind to explain their movement. Sarah frowned slightly as she got out of the car. She didn't notice any other cars in the lot, and there didn't seem to be any children playing. Usually this place was full of families, but today it was eerily quiet. She tried not to think too much about it. Maybe the kids were at home for lunch, she reasoned. "Come on, sweetheart," she said, taking Emily's hand. "Let's go play." They walked across the gravel path, and as they neared the swings, Sarah noticed that the chains creaked ever so slightly. The swings were moving, but not by any natural force. The breeze was still, and there was no sign of any children nearby. It was strange, but Sarah didn't want to make her daughter feel uncomfortable, so she said nothing. Emily, however, seemed unfazed. She ran up to one of the swings and climbed onto it with ease, her legs swinging back and forth. "Push me, Mommy," she said eagerly, looking up at Sarah with bright eyes. "All right," Sarah replied, giving the swing a gentle push. As the swing moved back and forth, Sarah stood there, watching her daughter, feeling a sense of unease settle in the pit of her stomach. There was something off about the whole scene. The swings moved so smoothly, almost too smoothly. No squeaks, no jerks, just the sound of the chains gliding through the air. Sarah shook her head and tried to push away the strange feeling. It was probably nothing. She sat down on one of the nearby benches, her eyes drifting over the playground. The jungle gym stood silent, the slides untouched. The sandpit was empty, with no children to dig and build. It was a place frozen in time, abandoned in the middle of a sunny afternoon. "Mommy, look," Emily called out, her voice high with excitement. Sarah turned to see her daughter pointing to something near the edge of the playground. It was a small figure, a shadow, standing just beyond the fence. Sarah squinted, but she couldn't make out the details of the figure. It was too far away. "Who's that, Mommy?" Emily asked innocently, her small finger still pointing toward the shadowy figure. Sarah's heart skipped a beat. "I don't know, sweetheart," she said, her voice a little too tense. Let's not worry about it. She turned her gaze back to Emily, trying to shake off the uncomfortable feeling creeping up her spine. But Emily wasn't looking at the figure anymore. Instead, she was staring off into the distance, her eyes wide with wonder. "Mommy," she said slowly, her voice trembling just a little. "I'm talking to my friend." "Your friend?" Sarah asked, standing up from the bench, concern bubbling up inside her. "Who are you talking to, Emily?" Emily smiled, a sweet, innocent smile that didn't reach her eyes. "The shadow friend," she said softly, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "He's really nice. He talks to me when I swing." Sarah's breath caught in her throat. She glanced quickly around the playground, but there was still no one else in sight. Just the gentle swaying of the swings and the distant hum of the wind. Her mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. "Emily, there's no one here. Are you sure you're just playing pretend?" she asked, forcing a smile, hoping to ease her own rising panic. But Emily just nodded, her gaze distant, her voice filled with certainty. "No, Mommy. He's real. He says he's my friend. He likes to talk to me when I'm alone." "Emily," Sarah said, her voice trembling slightly now. "I want you to come back over here with me, okay? We need to go home now." But Emily didn't move. She kept swinging, her small body rising higher and higher. "He says I can stay. He says he likes me," she said softly, her voice almost a whisper. It was as if Emily was no longer fully present, her attention completely consumed by whoever, was on the other side of the playground. Sarah's heart raced. She hurried over to Emily, her footsteps quick and heavy on the gravel. "Come on, sweetheart. We're leaving now." She reached for Emily's hand, but before she could grab it, Emily suddenly stopped swinging. She turned to Sarah with a look in her eyes that made Sarah's blood run cold. "Mommy, he wants to meet you," Emily said, her voice no longer light and childlike. There was something darker in her tone, something wrong. "He says you have to meet him." Sarah froze. "Who, Emily?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Emily pointed toward the shadowy figure beyond the fence. The same spot where she had seen it before, but this time it seemed closer, much closer. The figure had shifted, and now it stood just at the edge of the playground, watching them. "Mommy, he says you have to come," Emily repeated, her voice eerily calm. A cold shiver ran down Sarah's spine. Every instinct in her body screamed to leave, to grab her daughter and run as fast as she could. But the playground, once a place of fun and safety, now felt like a prison. The air was thick, suffocating, as if the shadows themselves were closing in around her. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as she stood frozen, staring at the figure across the playground. The figure was tall and thin, its outline dark against the fading light of the day. Its features were obscured by the shadows, but Sarah could feel its gaze, as if it was staring directly into her soul. "Emily," Sarah said, her voice cracking, "come on, honey. It's time to go." She reached out to grab her daughter's hand again, her fingers trembling. Emily didn't respond. Instead, she simply stared at the figure, her face expressionless, as though she was in a trance. "Mommy, he said we're not leaving," Emily whispered, her voice unnaturally calm. "He wants us to stay." The words sent a chill down Sarah's spine. "No, Emily," she said firmly, her voice rising slightly. "We're leaving now. Let's go." But as she moved to grab Emily, the swings creaked again. This time they swung faster, harder, as if they were being pushed by an unseen force. Sarah stumbled back, her heart racing. The air around her seemed to grow colder, the evening light dimming as the figure took a slow step forward, its form still too vague to make out clearly. "Mommy," Emily whispered again, but this time her voice was softer, almost as if she were speaking to someone else. "He's here. He's right behind you." A cold breeze swept through the playground, carrying with it a faint whisper, like a voice calling Sarah's name. Her breath caught in her throat, and she turned quickly, her eyes darting around. But there was nothing behind her, just the empty swings and the deserted playground. "Emily," Sarah said, trying to keep her voice steady. "We need to go. Now." But Emily remained still, her gaze fixed on the figure. Her little fingers clenched around the chains of the swing, as if she were holding on to something more than just the seat. "He wants you to meet him," Emily repeated softly. "He says he's lonely." The words sent a surge of fear through Sarah's chest. Her mind raced, but the thought that stood out the most was the chilling certainty in her daughter's voice. Emily had never spoken like this before. It was as though someone else had taken control of her words, her movements. A soft laughter echoed from the figure in the distance, a sound that was both distant and close, as if it was coming from all directions at once. It was low and guttural, like the sound of something ancient and cruel. Sarah's skin prickled, and she felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to flee, to run as fast as she could, but her legs felt heavy, like they were rooted to the spot. "Mommy!" Emily's voice trailed off, her eyes now glazed over. She looked like she was staring at something beyond the figure, as if it was speaking to her, guiding her every movement. The laughter grew louder, and the shadows around the playground seemed to stretch, lengthening unnaturally, reaching toward Sarah like dark fingers. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she tried to tear her gaze away, but she couldn't. It was as if the shadows were pulling her in, inch by inch, towards the figure that had now stepped out from the edge of the playground. It was closer now, standing just beyond the swings. Its face remained hidden, but Sarah could feel the weight of its presence. It was as if the very air around her had thickened, pressing down on her chest, making it harder to breathe. The laughter had stopped, replaced by a low, rumbling whisper that seemed to come from within the shadows. "Come," the voice said, its tone soft but insistent. "Come closer. It's time." Sarah's legs refused to move. She wanted to scream, to run, to grab Emily and escape, but her body wouldn't obey. She was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the overwhelming sense of dread that filled the air. Emily, still holding onto the swing, tilted her head slightly. Her lips parted, and for a moment it seemed like she was about to speak, but then the words came, words that Sarah knew didn't belong to her daughter. "Mommy, he says you're afraid," Emily said, her voice no longer her own. It was cold and flat, devoid of any emotion. "He says you won't leave unless you know the truth." The figure took another step forward, its shape finally becoming more defined, though its features were still hidden in shadow. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as she saw its hands, long, thin, and pale, like bones covered in skin too tight. They reached out, not toward Emily, but toward her. "Sarah," the voice whispered again, this time directly in her ear. It felt like it was inside her head, its words seeping into her mind. "It's been waiting for you, for so long." The world around Sarah seemed to distort, bending and warping in a way she couldn't explain. The ground beneath her feet felt unstable, as if the playground itself were shifting, changing into something darker, something ancient. Her heart raced, and she tried to shake her head, trying to break free of the overwhelming fear that gripped her. But Emily remained still, her eyes now locked onto Sarah's, her expression empty. "He says you have to come. It's the only way to protect me." The words hit Sarah like a punch to the stomach. "Protect you?" Sarah choked out. "From what, Emily? Who is he?" But Emily didn't answer. Instead, she smiled, a smile that wasn't her own, a twisted, cold smile that made Sarah's blood run cold. The shadows around the playground seemed to shift again, the figure drawing closer, its presence looming over them both. "Don't worry, Mommy," Emily said, her voice no longer sounding like a child's. It was hollow, distant, and chilling. "I'll be fine, but you have to meet him." Sarah's mind raced, desperate for a way out. She had to protect her daughter, but she didn't know how. All she knew was that she couldn't stay here. The figure, the shadows, the voice, they were all pulling her deeper into this nightmare. And Emily was already lost to it. Sarah's breath quickened, and panic surged through her chest. She couldn't let her daughter fall further into this madness. this nightmare that was consuming her right before her eyes. With a surge of adrenaline, she forced herself to move, stumbling forward, reaching for Emily's hand. "Emily," she cried, her voice shaking. "Come with me, sweetheart. We need to leave now, please." But Emily didn't respond. She simply stood there, her fingers still gripping the chains of the swing, her eyes locked onto the figure that now stood just a few feet away from them. The figure's shape was clearer now, though still shrouded in darkness. Its form was tall and thin, like a towering shadow, its limbs long and unnaturally stretched. But its face, there was no face, just a void where the eyes should be, black, empty, endless. Sarah felt as though she was staring into the very essence of fear, the core of every nightmare she had ever had. "Emily, please," Sarah cried, her voice breaking. "This isn't you. This isn't real." But Emily's expression remained cold and motionless. Her lips parted slightly, and she whispered, "He's not like the others, Mommy. He's special. He wants me to stay with him. He wants me to play." The words sent a wave of dread crashing over Sarah. Play? What was her daughter talking about? Who was this thing, and what had it done to her? The shadows around the playground seemed to grow longer, reaching for Sarah's feet, crawling along the ground like dark, writhing tendrils. Her stomach churned with terror as she realized she wasn't just standing in a playground anymore. It felt wrong. The very air around her was thick with an oppressive force, and the sounds of the world outside, the wind, the birds, the distant hum of traffic, had all faded away. It was as if they were trapped in a moment that stretched on forever, a moment where nothing but the figure and the shadows existed. The figure took a slow, deliberate step forward, and Sarah felt an invisible weight settle on her chest. She couldn't breathe. The air felt suffocating, thick with a presence that was suffocating her, pressing her into the ground. "Come closer, Sarah," the voice from the figure whispered, its tone smooth and inviting, though there was something menacing underneath. "Come closer, and you'll understand. You'll see." Sarah shook her head, her eyes darting around the playground, looking for an escape. But there was nothing. The swing still moved, creaking in time with her heartbeat, and the slide loomed in the distance, dark and empty, its top shrouded in shadow. There were no other children, no parents, no signs of life. Just the two of them, standing in the middle of this abandoned place, surrounded by shadows that pressed in from every side. "Mommy!" Emily's voice was softer now, almost as if she were speaking to herself. "It's okay. He won't hurt us. He just wants to play." Sarah's mind raced. Play? What kind of game could this thing want to play? And why had it chosen Emily? Her heart twisted with fear and guilt. She couldn't leave her daughter here. She couldn't let this thing take her. "Emily, listen to me," Sarah cried, her voice rising with desperation. "We need to leave. Now." She grabbed for Emily's hand again, her fingers trembling as she pulled at her daughter's arm. But Emily didn't resist. Instead, her hand slipped from Sarah's grasp, and she turned slowly, facing the figure once more. The figure's head tilted slightly, its movements unnervingly smooth, like a puppet being controlled by invisible strings. The absence of a face only made the figure more terrifying. There was no humanity in it, just an empty void. Emily's expression softened, her lips curling into a small, almost serene smile. "He says you're not ready," she whispered, her eyes locked on the figure. "He says you need to stay with him. He'll show you everything." "No!" Sarah screamed, shaking her head violently. "No, Emily, don't listen to it." But the figure stepped forward, its presence suffocating, and Emily stepped back, moving closer to the figure. Her little feet patted softly against the ground, and Sarah felt a pang of helplessness claw at her heart. "You're wrong," Emily said softly, almost apologetically, as if she were speaking to someone she loved. "He's not bad, Mommy. He's just waiting. He's lonely." Sarah's legs felt like lead. She tried to move toward Emily, but every step felt like a struggle. It was as though the shadows themselves were holding her back, pulling at her, making her feet heavy. The figure's presence seemed to warp the very air around them, twisting reality. A sudden, sharp scream pierced the silence. It was a scream so full of fear and pain that Sarah's heart stopped in her chest. She whirled around, her eyes wide with terror. It was Emily. Her daughter was no longer standing by the figure, but lying on the ground, writhing and kicking, as if something invisible was holding her down. Her body jerked violently, her face contorted in a mask of terror. "Emily!" Sarah cried, rushing toward her. "Emily, baby, what's happening?" But as Sarah reached out for her, the figure moved, blocking her path. Its hand stretched out, long fingers curling like claws, and in an instant, Sarah felt the air grow thick and cold. She stumbled back, gasping for breath, unable to move, unable to escape. The figure tilted its head once more, its black, empty face staring down at Sarah. "It's too late for her," it said softly, its voice laced with cold finality. "But you still have a choice." Sarah's heart hammered in her chest. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. She had to save Emily, had to get her away from whatever this thing was. But every part of her screamed that it was already too late. Sarah's pulse pounded in her ears, drowning out everything but the sound of her own rapid breathing. She stood frozen in place, her mind reeling, unable to grasp the reality of what was unfolding. Her daughter, Emily, was still struggling on the ground, her tiny form racked with spasms. "No!" Sarah gasped, shaking her head. She tried to move, tried to break free from the invisible weight holding her back, but her legs wouldn't obey. The shadows pressed down on her, relentless, like they were pulling her into the earth itself. The figure loomed in front of her, its presence overwhelming, suffocating. It stood still, its elongated arms hanging loosely at its sides, as if it were waiting. Waiting for what? Emily's screams grew weaker, and the air around Sarah felt thicker, colder, more oppressive. She looked down at her daughter, her heart tearing as she saw the pain twisting Emily's face. "Emily!" she cried again, this time her voice desperate. "Please, sweetheart, don't listen to it. Please, baby, come back to me." But Emily's eyes, wide with fear, didn't meet hers. Instead, they remained locked on the figure. She was no longer her child. The sparkle, the life in her eyes, it was gone. It had been replaced by something hollow, something empty, just like the void where the figure's face should have been. The figure bent slightly, lowering itself to Emily's level, its movements fluid and unnatural. It didn't speak, but Sarah could feel its words in her mind, as though it was communicating directly with her thoughts. "She is mine now. She's finally come to play." A shiver ran down Sarah's spine, and she clutched her chest, her breath shallow and erratic. This couldn't be real. It couldn't. But the pain in Emily's eyes, the way she trembled beneath the figure's presence, Sarah knew it was. "Please," Sarah whispered, her voice breaking. "Please, don't take her from me." The figure's hand slowly rose, its fingers outstretched towards Sarah, and she could feel it, like ice touching her skin, crawling up her arm, freezing her from the inside out. Her heart thudded painfully in her chest as she tried to pull away, but the shadows held her in place. "You're too late," the figure said, its voice deep and guttural, like the earth itself was speaking. "There is no going back now. The games have begun." Sarah's mind reeled. She wouldn't, let this thing win. She was a mother. She had to protect her daughter. The darkness swirled around her, pulling at her, suffocating her, but a surge of anger flared inside her, hot and wild. She fought it, pushed against the shadows, using every ounce of strength she had left. "Emily!" she screamed, her voice shaking the very air around them. "Emily, look at me. You're not alone. You're my little girl, and I'm not leaving you here." For a moment, nothing happened. The shadows seemed to freeze, the figure pausing, as if unsure of what to make of Sarah's defiance. But then, slowly, Emily's body stilled. Her spasms stopped, and for a brief moment, Sarah thought, hoped, that her daughter had heard her. But when Emily's eyes finally met Sarah's, they weren't the same. The innocence was gone, replaced by something darker, something that chilled Sarah to her very core. Emily's mouth opened slightly, and in a voice that wasn't her own, she said, "I'm not going with you, Mommy. He needs me. He wants me to stay." The words shattered Sarah's heart, and she stumbled backward, her body refusing to obey her commands. "No," she gasped. "No, you're my daughter, Emily. You're mine." The figure let out a low, throaty laugh, a sound that sent a wave of cold through Sarah's entire body. It wasn't laughter. No, it was a sound of something ancient, something terrible. "Mine," the figure whispered, echoing Emily's words. "Mine." And with that, the shadows around Sarah grew thicker, closing in on her, wrapping around her, squeezing her like a vice. She was losing her. Her daughter was slipping away, drawn into the darkness, and Sarah had no idea how to stop it. "Help me," she screamed, not knowing who or what she was calling for. The playground was empty, silent. But then, amidst the suffocating silence, a voice called out, soft, faint, as though it was coming from the very edges of her mind. "You can save her." Sarah's heart stopped, her pulse skittering in her chest. She blinked, her head spinning. Was that a voice? Was that real? The shadows didn't respond. The figure didn't move. But in that brief moment of stillness, Sarah saw it, something, a faint glow in the distance. Far beyond the swings, beyond the slide, beyond the dark presence of the figure, there was a small flicker of light, like a candle burning in the distance. It was a tiny spark, but it felt like a lifeline. With everything she had left, Sarah summoned the strength to move, her legs shaking beneath her. She pushed through the pressure, through the suffocating darkness, forcing herself to stumble forward. "Emily!" she cried, her voice desperate. "Come to me, baby! Come to me!" But Emily didn't budge. She stood there, still gazing at the figure, her expression unreadable. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It simply waited, as if everything was unfolding exactly as it had planned. Sarah's legs gave out, and she dropped to her knees in the dirt. She reached out, but her hands couldn't touch Emily, couldn't pull her away from whatever terrible fate awaited her. And in that moment, Sarah realized this was no longer just a fight for Emily's safety. It was a fight for her soul. The air grew heavier, the darkness pressing down on Sarah like an unbearable weight. Her breaths came in ragged gasps as she stared at her daughter, her heart aching with the sight of Emily standing so still, so lost. The playground, which once seemed like a place of innocence and joy, now felt like a tomb, its swings creaking in the wind as if mourning the loss of something long forgotten. Sarah's hands trembled as she reached out, but it was as if the very air was fighting against her, pushing her away from Emily. The figure, still standing motionless, seemed to loom larger now, its form more defined in the darkness, like a shadow grown too large for its surroundings. "You can save her," the voice whispered again, but it was different this time, less of a plea and more of a command, a chilling promise wrapped in an almost cruel undertone. The words echoed in Sarah's mind, but she had no idea what they meant, or how to fight against this nightmare. She looked around frantically, searching for any sign of help, any way to pull Emily back from the edge. Then, through the haze of panic and despair, she remembered. The light, the faint flicker in the distance. It felt like the only thing left in the world that wasn't drowning in darkness. With a burst of determination, Sarah pushed herself to her feet, stumbling toward the faint glow that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Each step felt like an eternity, the shadows trying to drag her back, but she didn't stop. She couldn't. She wouldn't leave without her daughter. As she drew closer, the light grew brighter, but it wasn't a warm, welcoming glow like she'd hoped. No, it was cold, harsh, like the light of a lantern hanging in a forgotten graveyard. It flickered uncertainly, casting long, twisted shadows on the ground. And then Sarah saw it. The light wasn't just a light. It was a door that stood alone in the middle of the playground, as if it had always been there, waiting for her. The edges of the door were carved with symbols, strange, intricate, almost alien. Some of them seemed to shimmer, like they were alive, moving just out of the corner of her vision. She reached for the door handle, her hand shaking uncontrollably. It was cold to the touch, colder than anything she had ever felt. The door didn't make a sound as it creaked open, but Sarah could feel a sudden rush of air, like the very atmosphere had shifted. The voice came again, louder this time, like it was right beside her ear. You think you can save her, but you don't understand. She's already chosen. Sarah flinched, her pulse racing as she stepped through the door, heart pounding in her chest. The playground behind her faded, replaced by an empty, vast expanse of darkness. But in that darkness, there was something else, something moving. "Emily!" Sarah cried, her voice breaking. "Emily, where are you?" Her eyes searched the void, but she couldn't see her daughter. The only thing she could make out was the distant flicker of the door, now far behind her, slowly closing. "She's here," the voice whispered, now coming from all around her, as if the darkness itself were speaking. "She's with us now." A cold, terrible certainty washed over Sarah, and she knew with every fiber of her being, that the figure was right. Emily was lost. But Sarah wasn't ready to give up. She wouldn't accept it. "Not yet," she muttered through clenched teeth, her fists trembling at her sides. "Not while I still have breath in my body." She walked deeper into the darkness, her legs shaking beneath her. The air was thick with a stifling, heavy silence. She couldn't even hear her own footsteps, just the deafening quiet of the void. Every now and then, she would catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of her eye, a shadow shifting in the darkness, but when she turned, there was nothing there. "Emily!" Sarah screamed, desperation flooding her chest. "Please come back!" Her voice echoed, swallowed by the emptiness. No answer. No sound, no sign of her daughter. The darkness stretched on, unyielding, suffocating. But then, just as Sarah thought she might break, she saw it. A flicker of movement ahead, a faint silhouette. It was her daughter. She was standing there, facing away from Sarah, her head lowered, as if she were waiting for something, or someone. "Emily!" Sarah cried, her voice choked with emotion. "Baby, it's me. Please turn around." But Emily didn't move. She didn't even acknowledge her mother's presence. She was still, her tiny body rigid as if frozen in time. The shadows seemed to close in around her, making her look even smaller, more fragile. "She can't hear you," the voice whispered again, much closer now, its tone colder than ever. "She belongs to us. She's one of us." "No!" Sarah shouted, running toward her daughter. Her legs burned with the effort, but she couldn't stop. She couldn't just leave her like this. When she reached Emily, she stopped, frozen in place. Emily's face was turned away, but Sarah could feel the darkness radiating from her. It was suffocating, oppressive. It felt like Emily wasn't even there anymore. With trembling hands, Sarah reached out, slowly turning her daughter's face toward her. The moment their eyes locked, Emily's lips curled into a smile that wasn't hers, a smile that was far too wide, too cold. "I'm not coming back, Mommy," Emily said, her voice hollow and distant, like it was coming from a deep, dark well. "I'm here now, with them." Tears streamed down Sarah's face as she backed away, horror rising in her chest. "No, Emily. No, I won't let them take you." But Emily's expression remained unchanged, her smile growing colder, more unnatural. And then from the shadows, something moved. Something vast, something ancient. It was coming closer, moving through the darkness like a storm. "It's time," the voice echoed one last time. Sarah could only watch in terror as the shadows closed in around Emily, and the last remnants of her daughter seemed to fade into the void, leaving nothing but the eerie, echoing silence. The ground beneath Sarah's feet trembled, her entire body shaking as she stood frozen, unable to move. Her daughter, the small figure that once filled her life with laughter and light, was gone, replaced by something else, something she couldn't understand. The shadows thickened around her, crawling up her legs, whispering in voices that were not human, that were not Emily's. "She's lost," the voice repeated, low and cruel. "Lost forever. And you're next." Sarah's heart slammed painfully in her chest. She could feel the oppressive weight of the darkness pressing down on her, dragging her into its depths. Panic surged through her, and she spun around, frantically searching for a way out. But the door was gone, the faint light she had followed, now swallowed by the shadows. She was trapped in this place, a place that felt like the edge of the world, where time and reality no longer held any meaning. Tears blurred her vision, but she forced herself to focus. There had to be something. There had to be a way to save Emily, if it wasn't already too late. She refused to believe her daughter was truly gone, not like this. Not after everything they had been through. She took a shaky step forward, the whispers around her intensifying, swirling like a storm, filling her ears with their twisted promises. "You can't fight us. You can't win. She belongs to us now. She was always meant to be one of us." "No!" Sarah screamed, her voice raw, cracking with the desperation that consumed her. "I won't let you take her. I will never leave without her." The darkness around her seemed to react to her defiance, pulling away for a split second, giving her a glimpse of the world beyond. Just a fleeting vision of the playground, now twisted and warped, as though it were a reflection in a cracked mirror. The swings moved on their own, swaying back and forth in the distance. The empty slides loomed like silent sentinels. And there, standing near the center of the playground, was a figure. It wasn't Emily. At first, Sarah's mind refused to process what she was seeing. The figure was tall, far taller than any person she had ever seen. Its shape was shrouded in shadow, its features indistinct, like something that could never fully be understood. But there was no mistaking the presence. It was watching her, its cold gaze fixed on Sarah, almost as if it were waiting. She took a step back, her legs trembling beneath her. This was the source of the darkness. This was what had taken Emily, the thing that had brought her here. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice shaking with fear, yet laced with defiance. "What do you want from me?" The figure tilted its head, an eerie, jerking motion that made her stomach twist. And then a voice, cold and ancient, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, answered her. "We are the keepers of this place, the ones who were here before, and the ones who will remain when all others are gone." Sarah's breath hitched, her mind racing. "You're the reason this is happening. You're the reason Emily is gone." "Why? Why her?" The figure didn't respond right away. Instead, it took a slow step forward, its movements unnatural, jerky, as if it were walking against the flow of time itself. As it moved closer, Sarah felt the temperature drop, the air turning thick and suffocating, as though every inch of space was being filled with the weight of the shadows. The figure stopped just out of reach, and Sarah could see for the first time the shape of its eyes, or rather the lack of them. Its face was a void, black as the night, with no features, no eyes to stare back at her, just the hollow, endless emptiness. Yet she could feel its gaze, sharp and cold, like an invisible pressure. "Your daughter chose, long ago," the voice continued. "She chose to be with us, and she will remain with us, just as all who enter this place do." "Chosen?" Sarah whispered, the word tasting bitter on her tongue. "What are you talking about? She's just a child. She didn't." "Children are the easiest to claim," the figure interrupted, its voice more distinct now, cutting through her words. "Their hearts are pure, and their spirits fragile. They are drawn to the shadows, drawn to us." The darkness around Sarah seemed to pulse, as if feeding off her fear, and she felt the overwhelming weight of hopelessness settle in her chest. It was true, she realized. Emily had been different lately, strange in ways she hadn't been able to explain. She had become withdrawn, her eyes distant, her words laced with things Sarah didn't understand. The shadow friend, the invisible companion Emily had spoken about. It had all been leading up to this moment. A sickening realization crept over Sarah. The darkness was not a random event. It was a force, a presence that had been lurking in her daughter's life for far longer than she had known. The shadow, sensing her realization, loomed closer, its form flickering like a flame caught in the wind. "And now it is too late," it murmured. "Your daughter is ours. You cannot bring her back." "No," Sarah breathed, shaking her head violently. "I won't accept that. I won't let you win." She took a deep breath, her heart pounding, her mind racing for any way to fight back. And then, as if on instinct, she reached into the depths of her mind, remembering something from long ago, something she had learned, some faint memory of a story her grandmother had told her. "If you face the darkness cannot claim you," her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind. "Only the light can drive it away. Only the light can protect you from its reach." Without another thought, Sarah reached for her pocket, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. Her grandmother's pendant, the one she had kept hidden all these years, never truly understanding its significance. The silver glinted in the faint light of the shadow, and Sarah held it tightly, pressing it to her chest. "I will fight for her," Sarah whispered fiercely, "no matter what it takes." The shadow seemed to hiss, the sound so low it vibrated in the air around her. The figure recoiled, its presence flickering, as though the light from the pendant was burning it. "You cannot escape," the voice hissed, but it was no longer as certain as before. "You cannot stop what has already begun." The darkness shifted, restless, as though it was uncertain now, unsure of its victory. And for the first time since stepping into this nightmare, Sarah felt a flicker of hope. She wasn't lost yet. Not yet. She wouldn't give up. She would never give up. The darkness writhed and twisted, reacting to the pendant's light like something that had been burned by fire. The shadow's form seemed to pulse and ripple, as though the light was unraveling it, piece by piece. Sarah could feel it, the very air around her crackling with tension, as though the world itself was holding its breath. For a moment, the shadow hesitated, and in that brief, fragile silence, Sarah seized the opportunity. She stepped forward, her voice steady despite the fear that still clung to her. "You've taken enough," she said, her words sharp with defiance. "I won't let you take my daughter. You will leave now." The figure recoiled further, but it did not retreat entirely. The voice, once so overwhelming, now trembled, as though it were losing its strength. "You do not understand," it hissed, its tone strained, the words like a dark storm brewing in the air. "This place is not yours to control. You cannot fight what you do not understand." But Sarah stood firm, her grip tightening around the pendant. The air was thick with the stench of the shadow's presence, but she did not flinch. This thing, this dark force, had thought it could take everything from her. It had thought it could break her. But Sarah was stronger than it realized. She had already lost so much, but she would not lose her daughter. Not without a fight. With a sharp breath, Sarah lifted the pendant higher, the light from it shimmering in the darkness. And as she did, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her chest. It was as though the light was filling her, pushing back the cold, suffocating presence of the shadow. The whispers that had filled her mind grew quieter, more distant, as though the very fabric of the world was shifting, breaking the hold the darkness had over her. "I won't let you control her," Sarah said again, her voice more confident now. "Emily is not yours. She is mine, and I will protect her with everything I have." The shadow shrieked, a sound so inhuman, so raw, that it seemed to tear at the very air. The darkness around Sarah thinned, like fog dissipating in the light. And for a moment she saw it, the playground, standing there in the distance, no longer distorted or twisted, but whole again. The swings were still, the slides unmoving. And there, in the center, was Emily. Her daughter stood there, her face pale and blank, her eyes wide and unblinking. She was still in the same clothes Sarah had seen her wearing when she first arrived, but she was different. There was something about her, something that made Sarah's heart lurch with a mixture of fear and longing. "Emily?" Sarah whispered, taking a cautious step forward. At the sound of her mother's voice, Emily's head slowly turned. Her eyes met Sarah's, but there was no recognition in them. They were dark, empty, like two hollow pits. And yet, as Sarah looked closer, she could almost see something in them. Something that wasn't quite right. Something that wasn't her daughter. "Mommy," Emily said, her voice hollow and distant, as though she were speaking from a far-off place. "I'm with my friend. He's waiting for us." Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The shadow, the friend, it had taken her too. But Emily was still there. Her daughter was still in there somewhere, trapped behind whatever this thing had done to her. "Emily, please," Sarah pleaded, her voice trembling with the desperation she had been holding back. "Come back to me. You don't have to stay here. You don't have to listen to it." The figure behind Emily stirred, its presence looming, but it was weaker now. The pendant's light was burning brighter, its glow pushing the shadow back, forcing it to shrink and flicker, as though it were losing its hold on the world around them. "It is too late," the shadow said, its voice barely more than a whisper now, faint and unsteady. "She has already chosen." "No," Sarah said fiercely, her voice cutting through the shadow's words. "You're lying. She hasn't chosen anything. She's just a child." Emily's eyes flickered, just for a moment, like a spark of recognition was returning. But it was brief, and the darkness around her seemed to swallow it up, taking her further away. "Mommy," Emily said again, her voice soft and lost. "The shadow is my friend. He's been with me for so long. He's been waiting for you." The last words struck Sarah like a knife to the chest. "He's been waiting for you." The shadow had been there, lurking in the background, feeding off her daughter's loneliness, waiting for the moment to strike. It had all been part of the plan, a plan that had been set in motion long before Sarah had even realized it. "No," Sarah whispered, stepping forward again, her heart breaking. "Emily, listen to me. Please. You're not alone. You're not lost." The shadow seemed to writhe, its form flickering in the light, as though it were being torn apart. The voice that followed was a hiss of frustration and anger, but there was something else in it now, something that sounded almost like fear. "You cannot take her from us," the shadow growled. "She belongs to us. She has always belonged to us." "Not anymore," Sarah said, her voice stronger than ever. She raised the pendant higher, its light blinding now, shining like a beacon in the suffocating darkness. With a final, desperate scream, the shadow recoiled, its form collapsing in on itself, shrinking and dissolving into the air. The whispers stopped, the oppressive weight of the darkness lifting. For the first time since she had arrived, Sarah could breathe. And when she looked back to Emily, she saw her, really saw her, for the first time. The blankness in her eyes was gone, replaced by something else, a flicker of recognition of life. "Mommy," Emily whispered, her voice small and uncertain, but there. Sarah rushed to her, pulling her daughter into her arms, holding her tightly, as though she could never let her go again. "I'm here," Sarah said, tears streaming down her face. "I'm here, Emily. I'm not going to let anything take you again." For a long moment, they stood there, wrapped in the fading light, as the world around them began to heal. The playground, once twisted and haunted, was now just a playground again, peaceful and still. But Sarah knew one thing for sure: the shadow was gone. And whatever darkness still lingered in the corners of her mind, she would face it with her daughter by her side. Together, they would be free. The air was still, and the weight of the world seemed to lift as the darkness receded. Sarah felt the warmth of Emily's small body in her arms, the soft rhythm of her breath a steady reminder that her daughter was safe. For a moment, they simply stood there, wrapped in the quiet that followed the storm, each of them holding on to the other as if to make sure they were both real, that the nightmare had truly ended. But the calm was fragile. Sarah could feel the unease creeping back, like the final remnants of the shadow still clung to the edges of her mind. She knew she couldn't let her guard down, not yet. "Emily," Sarah whispered, pulling back just enough to look at her daughter's face. Are you okay? What happened to you? What did it want? Emily blinked slowly, her wide eyes still clouded with confusion. The eerie emptiness that had consumed them before was gone, but something about her was different, as if the experience had left a mark on her that wasn't easily erased. She tilted her head slightly, as though trying to remember something. I don't know, Emily murmured, her voice small. I don't remember everything. I was playing, and then I saw him. My friend, the shadow. He said we were going to be together. Sarah's heart twisted as she listened to the broken words, the sadness in her daughter's voice clear. She had been taken, manipulated. It was as though the shadow had wrapped its cold fingers around Emily's soul and tried to steal her away, piece by piece. Don't worry, Sarah said softly, brushing a lock of hair away from Emily's face. You're safe now. He can't hurt you anymore. Emily nodded, her hands clutching onto Sarah's shirt like a lifeline. But I don't want to go back to the playground. It's too quiet. I don't like it there anymore. Sarah glanced around, noticing for the first time how the playground, though seemingly innocent, felt wrong. The swings were still, the slides stood silent, and the rusting bars of the jungle gym towered over them like sentinels, casting long shadows in the dimming light. It was as though the playground was waiting, holding its breath, for something else to happen. Sarah shivered, wrapping her arm around Emily protectively. We don't have to go back there, Sarah said, her voice firm. Let's go home. We're leaving this place behind. But as they turned to leave, Sarah's eyes were drawn back to the swing set. One of the swings was moving again, creaking slowly, its chains rattling against the metal frame. It was as if something, or someone, was still there lingering. The sensation was chilling, like the shadow hadn't quite left, like it was still watching them, waiting for the right moment to return. Mommy, Emily whispered, her voice barely audible. I hear it. It's calling me. Sarah's heart stopped. She glanced down at her daughter, but Emily's gaze was locked on the empty swing, her face pale, her eyes wide in horror. The quiet that had settled over the playground seemed to thicken, like something was moving beneath it, something that was always just out of sight. The shadows around them seemed to stretch and twist in the corners of her vision, pulling at her as if beckoning her back. Emily, no, Sarah said urgently, pulling her daughter closer, trying to shield her from the unseen force. We're leaving, right now. But Emily shook her head, her tiny hands reaching out toward the swing, her voice rising with a pleading desperation. I have to go, Emily said, her tone hollow and distant again, like the child she had been was slipping away. He's waiting. He's always waiting. Sarah's stomach twisted in fear as she grabbed Emily's shoulders, holding her still. No, Emily, you don't have to listen to him. You're safe. I'm here. I'm not leaving you. For a moment, Emily's eyes cleared, and she looked up at Sarah, her expression confused, as though she didn't understand what was happening. But then, as quickly as it had come, the fog returned to her eyes, and she began to pull away from Sarah's grasp. He wants me to come back, Emily said, her voice quiet but insistent. He says I belong there. I belong with him. Sarah's heart shattered at the words, but she refused to give in. She couldn't lose her daughter to this thing, not again. No, Emily. You belong with me, Sarah said fiercely, her grip tightening. You are my daughter. You're not going anywhere with him. He doesn't get to control you. Not anymore. The swing creaked again, the sound sharp and unsettling in the stillness. And then, just as Sarah was about to pull Emily away, a voice echoed through the air, low, guttural, and familiar. You cannot keep her from me. The words were like a whisper in Sarah's ear, but they carried the weight of a command, cold and absolute. Sarah spun around, her eyes scanning the playground, but there was nothing there, no shadow, no figure. The voice was coming from nowhere, everywhere, as though the very ground beneath her feet was speaking. Leave us alone, Sarah shouted, her voice breaking with raw emotion. She didn't care if it hurt her. She didn't care if it was watching. She would fight to the end. You don't have control here anymore. The voice laughed, low and menacing, sending a chill down her spine. You think you've won, it sneered. But she will always be mine. And when the time comes, she will return. A cold gust of wind swept across the playground, carrying with it a sense of finality. Sarah could feel the air shift, the world around her fading into an uneasy silence. The shadows seemed to grow longer, darker, as though they were waiting for something, anticipating the moment when the battle would be fought again. Sarah held Emily close, her arms trembling as the wind picked up, pushing against her like an invisible force. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, each beat louder than the last. The voice, the shadow, whatever it was still there, lurking in the edges of her mind, but she wasn't going to give in. Not now. Not ever. Emily, Sarah whispered, her voice shaking. You are not going back to him. We are leaving this place, and we're never coming back. Do you understand? Emily's eyes were wide, still glazed with that unsettling emptiness, but Sarah saw something flicker there. A small spark, a reminder of who she truly was. Emily nodded slowly, her small fingers gripping Sarah's hand. I don't want to go back, Emily whispered, her voice soft but clear. I want to stay with you, Mommy. Sarah's heart broke at the words, but she knew they had to leave, now more than ever. She turned away from the swing set, pulling Emily gently but firmly in the opposite direction. She didn't look back. She couldn't. With each step, the weight of the place seemed to lift, and the oppressive air that had clung to them began to loosen. The playground, once so full of shadows, now seemed distant, fading into the night like a bad dream. They walked in silence, the quiet only broken by the distant chirping of crickets, the rustle of the leaves in the trees, and the steady rhythm of Sarah's breath. She didn't look around, didn't dare glance back to see if the shadows were following them. She simply kept walking, kept moving forward, determined to put the past behind her. As they reached the edge of the playground, Sarah felt a strange calm wash over her. The air was clearer, and for the first time in what felt like forever, the weight on her chest lifted. She knew they had escaped. The shadow, whatever it was, could no longer touch them. Mommy! Emily's voice broke through the silence, soft and hesitant. Yes, sweetheart? Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Emily looked up at her, her face serious. The shadow said I could come back whenever I wanted. Sarah's heart skipped a beat. Her breath caught in her throat. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze, as though the world had stopped turning. What do you mean, Emily? She asked, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to stay calm. Emily looked down at the ground, her small feet shuffling in the dirt. He said he would always be there, waiting for me. And when I'm ready, I can go back. No, Sarah said quickly, her hand tightening around Emily's. You don't have to go back to him. He doesn't control you. You're free. But Emily didn't respond, only nodded in silence. And for a long moment, neither of them spoke, as though they both needed the time to understand the weight of what had just happened. The playground was behind them now, but Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that the shadow was still there, somewhere watching, waiting. And although they were far from it now, she couldn't help but wonder how long it would take before Emily would hear that voice again. They didn't stop until they reached the car. Sarah opened the door, and Emily climbed in, sitting quietly as her mother fastened her seatbelt. As Sarah slid into the driver's seat, she glanced over at her daughter, whose eyes were still distant, lost in thought. Let's go home, Sarah said softly, starting the engine. But even as she pulled away from the playground, she couldn't help but feel the weight of something unseen, something just beyond her reach, something that might one day return. The road ahead was clear, the headlights cutting through the dark night, but the shadow, the fear, would always be there, lingering at the edges of their lives. And in the quiet of the car, as they drove away, Sarah couldn't shake the thought that the story was far from over. The drive home was quiet. The world outside seemed to fade away as Sarah focused on the road, her hands gripping the steering wheel tight. Her mind raced, filled with images of the playground, of Emily's empty stare, of the shadow's whispering voice. It was as though the events had happened in a dream, but Sarah knew it was all too real. Emily sat silently beside her, staring out the window, her face unreadable. Sarah wanted to reach out, to comfort her, to tell her everything would be all right, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, something she couldn't name. As they neared the edge of town, Sarah noticed the familiar landmarks, the houses, the lights flickering on in the distance. It was supposed to feel like home, but tonight it felt like another world entirely. She pulled into their driveway, the tires crunching against the gravel. Emily didn't move, still staring out the window as Sarah turned off the car. The stillness of the night settled in, and the weight of everything seemed to press in on her chest. "Come on, sweetheart," Sarah said softly, trying to sound calm, though her voice betrayed her unease. "Let's go inside." But Emily didn't respond. She remained seated, her eyes vacant, her small hands resting in her lap. Sarah's heart skipped a beat. "Emily?" she asked again, more forcefully this time, reaching over to gently shake her daughter's shoulder. Emily turned her head slowly, her eyes locking with her mother's. But there was something different in them, something unsettling. "Mommy," Emily whispered, her voice low and eerie. "He's waiting for us." A cold shiver ran down Sarah's spine. She tried to swallow, but the lump in her throat wouldn't budge. "Who?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The shadow," Emily said, her lips curling into a strange, knowing smile. "He's already here." Sarah turned toward the house, her breath quickening. She could see the windows, dark and empty, like hollow eyes staring back at her. She wanted to get out of the car, to run, but she couldn't move. The weight of Emily's gaze held her in place. The air felt thick, heavy, as though the world around her was closing in. She could almost hear the faintest of whispers, low and distant, but growing louder. The voice, the shadow, it was real, and it was here. With a shaking hand, Sarah opened the car door and stepped out, her legs unsteady beneath her. Emily followed, her tiny feet barely making a sound on the gravel as she walked beside her mother, her gaze never leaving the dark house in front of them. They walked toward the door, the silence wrapping around them like a thick blanket. The house stood still, waiting, and as Sarah reached for the doorknob, her heart raced. But when she turned the knob and stepped inside, she was greeted with nothing but emptiness. The house was exactly as they had left it. No shadows lurking in the corners, no whispers in the air. Just the quiet, the stillness of a home that had once felt safe. "Mommy!" Emily's voice came from behind her, soft and uncertain. Sarah turned around, her breath catching in her throat as she saw her daughter standing in the doorway, her expression now completely blank. "Mommy!" Emily repeated, her voice echoing strangely, as though it were coming from a great distance. "He's here." The door slammed shut behind Sarah with a deafening thud. The room plunged into darkness, and the whispering began. The darkness felt alive, pressing in from all sides. Sarah's heart hammered in her chest as she turned toward Emily, her daughter's small figure barely visible in the blackness. The air was thick, as if the very room itself were holding its breath, waiting. "Emily?" Sarah's voice trembled, barely a whisper. "Where are you?" There was no answer. The silence stretched on, thick and oppressive. Then, from the corner of the room, a shadow flickered, moving on its own, like a dark cloud that had no origin. It swirled, growing, and Sarah's breath caught in her throat as the shape began to take form. A tall, dark figure with no face, no details, just an endless void where its eyes should have been. Emily's soft voice broke the silence. "He's not leaving, Mommy. He's waiting for you." The shadow shifted, extending its long, clawed fingers toward Sarah. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping with each step it took toward her. She wanted to move, to scream, but her legs were frozen in place. Her body refused to respond, as if the fear had taken root deep inside her. "Emily," Sarah whispered, her voice cracking, "please don't listen to it." We have to leave. We have to go now." But Emily just stood there, her expression blank, her eyes wide and empty. "He's my friend now, Mommy. He's always been here, waiting for me." Tears welled in Sarah's eyes as the shadow grew closer, its presence suffocating. She reached for Emily, but as her hand touched her daughter's arm, the warmth of the girl's skin felt wrong, cold, like a memory slipping away. Then the voice came, a low, hissing whisper that filled the room. It was coming from everywhere, inside Sarah's head, inside her chest. It was the shadow's voice, and it was familiar, far too familiar. "You cannot leave," it said, its words echoing like a dark lullaby. "You belong here. You have always belonged here." The grip on Sarah's heart tightened, and her vision blurred with panic. The room felt smaller, the walls pressing in around her. The shadow stretched its hand out, as though inviting her to join it. Sarah finally found the strength to move. She pulled Emily toward her, stumbling back toward the door, but the shadow reached out with terrifying speed. It was no longer just an outline. It was more than just a shape. It was a presence, a force. "No!" Sarah screamed, struggling to break free from the icy grip that tightened around her. But Emily's hand slipped from hers. She turned just in time to see her daughter step toward the shadow, her small figure swallowed up by its dark form. "Mommy, I'm staying," Emily whispered, her voice distant, hollow. "I have to." The door slammed shut behind them, and as the darkness took them both, the whispers faded away. Let's start with the next story. One late afternoon, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, Sarah and Mike sat in their living room. They had just finished dinner, and the house was quiet except for the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. It was the perfect kind of evening, one that promised nothing more than peace. That's when the doorbell rang. Sarah frowned, glancing at the clock on the wall. "Who could be here this late?" she muttered under her breath. She stood up, her feet dragging against the carpet as she walked to the door. Mike stayed seated, flipping through the pages of a book without lifting his eyes. When she opened the door, there was no one in sight, just a small package sitting on the front step. It wasn't addressed to anyone in particular, just a plain cardboard box, wrapped in a faded brown tape. Sarah picked it up, her brow furrowing. She didn't recognize the handwriting, and the return address was blank. She turned the box over in her hands, trying to figure out who could have sent it. There were no clues, just the box, looking innocent enough. She walked back inside and set it down on the table in the living room. "What's that?" Mike asked, finally looking up from his book. "No idea," Sarah replied, tearing off the tape and lifting the flaps. The inside was lined with more packing material, but beneath it was something strange. It wasn't anything they'd ordered. The object was about the size of a small vase, made of a smooth black material that almost seemed to shimmer in the light. It had no sharp edges, no labels, just an unsettling presence. Sarah picked it up, feeling a chill in the air, though she hadn't noticed it before. "Mike, do you think this is some sort of mistake?" Mike stood up, walking over to inspect the object. His face twisted in confusion. "It doesn't look like anything we've ordered. It's kind of creepy, don't you think?" Sarah couldn't help but agree. There was something off about the object, something that made her skin crawl, even though she couldn't put her finger on why. "Maybe we should just call the delivery service and ask about it," she said, setting the object back down on the table. Mike nodded, but before he could speak, the doorbell rang again. This time they both froze, exchanging a quick look. "That's strange," Sarah said, her voice tight with anxiety. Who would be ringing the doorbell this soon after the package was left? Mike walked to the door, opening it cautiously. But when he looked outside, there was no one there again. Just a small envelope on the doorstep. He bent down to pick it up, shaking his head. "I don't get it. Who's doing this?" Sarah came to the door to see for herself, and when Mike handed her the envelope, she immediately noticed it was addressed to her. Her name was written in the same strange handwriting as the package. "What is going on?" she murmured, tearing open the envelope. Inside, there was a single piece of paper. It was blank, except for one line written at the bottom. "You don't know what it is yet, but you will." Her heart skipped a beat. The message sent a wave of unease through her, and her fingers trembled as she held the paper. "Mike, this doesn't make sense. Why are they doing this?" Mike's eyes narrowed as he looked at the paper. "I don't know, but I don't like it. Maybe we should call the police." Before they could discuss it further, the doorbell rang again. This time, they didn't open it immediately. Sarah felt a deep sense of dread growing inside her, but Mike, though uneasy, wasn't about to let something as simple as strange deliveries scare them. He opened the door. The sight that greeted them made Sarah's stomach lurch. A small, wooden box, different from the first one, sat on their porch. No one was there. Not a soul in sight. "Why do I feel like we're being watched?" Mike muttered, kneeling to pick it up. Sarah didn't answer, but her heart was pounding in her chest. She didn't want to open this one, not after what had already happened, but she couldn't shake the feeling that they had no choice. She took the box from Mike's hands and turned it over. It was heavy, almost unnaturally so for something so small. She gently pried it open. Inside, nestled in soft velvet lining, was a small stone, cold to the touch and almost glowing with an otherworldly shimmer. It was a strange color, dark yet vibrant at the same time, almost as if it was alive. "What is this?" Sarah whispered, her voice shaky. "I don't know," Mike said, his face pale. He turned it over in his hands, staring at it. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier, thicker, as if the atmosphere itself had changed. Something wasn't right, but I'm starting to think it's not just a coincidence. At that moment, the lights flickered. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees, and Sarah could see her breath in the air, small puffs of fog escaping her mouth. A deep, low hum filled the house, vibrating through the walls, the floors, the very air around them. The stone began to pulse in Mike's hands. It started to vibrate, gently at first, then more insistently, as if it were calling out to them. And then, as Sarah watched in disbelief, the object began to change. The once smooth surface of the stone cracked, tiny fractures spreading across it like spider webs. From the cracks, something began to emerge, thin tendrils, dark and slick, slithering out from inside the stone, coiling around Mike's fingers. Mike gasped, trying to drop the stone, but it seemed to be glued to his hand, the tendrils wrapping tighter around his skin. "Get it off me! Get it off me!" he yelled, panic rising in his voice. Sarah tried to help, but her own hands were frozen, her mind reeling with terror. She had no idea what was happening, only that it wasn't something normal, something they could fix with a simple phone call. It was something else, something much darker. The humming grew louder, the air thickening with a heavy presence. Sarah's legs felt weak, and the walls seemed to close in around her. The house was no longer just a house. It was something else, something alive. Mike let out a strangled cry, pulling at the stone, trying to break free of its grip. The tendrils were now wrapping around his entire arm, pulling him toward the floor as if the stone had become a weight too heavy for him to bear. "Mike!" Sarah screamed, but it was too late. His body was pulled to the ground, the stone now fully embedded in his hand, and with one final, violent tug, the tendrils vanished back into the stone, leaving nothing but a cold, lifeless silence. And then, the doorbell rang again. Sarah's heart hammered in her chest, her entire body frozen in place as the echo of the doorbell reverberated through the house. She didn't dare move. The silence that followed was deafening, and all she could hear was the heavy, shallow breathing in her own ears. She didn't want to open the door. She didn't want to see what was waiting on the other side. But the doorbell rang again. Trembling, Sarah stumbled backward, her legs giving out as she fell to the floor. The stone still lay on the table, its dark presence lingering like a shadow, but Mike was gone. His body was nowhere to be seen, Not even a trace of him remained except for the faint, cold imprint of his hands on the floor. The house seemed to grow quieter, the humming now replaced with a deep, resonating thrum that seemed to come from everywhere. The air was thick with an oppressive pressure, like something was watching her, waiting. Sarah's hand shook as she reached for the door handle. The wood beneath her fingers was icy, the house far colder than it had been just moments ago. She knew she shouldn't answer it. She knew that whatever awaited her beyond that door could be worse than anything she could imagine. But she couldn't help herself. She was drawn to it. Something inside her told her that she had no choice but to face whatever was coming. With a deep breath, she pulled open the door. There was no one on the porch. No package. Nothing at all. But the moment she stepped outside, her breath caught in her throat. The world around her had changed. The sky was darker now, the horizon tinged with a faint, unnatural glow that wasn't there before. The air felt different, thick and heavy, as if the very atmosphere itself had become alive, breathing around her. Sarah took a hesitant step forward, her pulse racing, her eyes darting around the empty street. The houses on either side of hers were eerily still, their windows dark and lifeless. No sound, no movement, just silence. But in that silence, something lurked, something watching her. Then she saw it. At the far end of the street, a figure stood in the shadow of a tree, watching her. It was tall and possibly thin, its limbs long and unnaturally bent. Its face was obscured by a hood, but Sarah could feel its eyes on her, cold and empty. Her breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding in her ears. She wanted to run, to slam the door shut, but her feet felt rooted to the ground. The figure took a step forward, its movements jerky and unnatural, as if it wasn't quite human. "Mike," she whispered, her voice barely a breath, but it was no use. She had no idea where he was now, or if he was even still alive. The figure stepped closer, and as it did, the ground beneath Sarah's feet seemed to tremble. The world around her flickered like a broken television screen, and she could feel the very fabric of reality stretching, warping. Then, with a sudden jolt, the world snapped back into focus. The figure was gone. The street was empty again, just as it had been before. Sarah's mind spun. Was it real? Was it a hallucination? Her thoughts were a chaotic mess, but she couldn't waste time questioning it. Something was happening, something far beyond her understanding, and she needed to get out of this place. She backed away from the door, her eyes scanning the empty street one last time, before she turned and fled into the house. But as she slammed the door shut behind her, she realized she wasn't alone. The stone was gone. The table was empty. Her heart stopped. She turned around, scanning the room. There, in the corner of the living room, was Mike's body. It lay sprawled on the floor, his eyes wide open, his mouth twisted in a silent scream. But he wasn't dead. His body jerked violently, as if being pulled by some invisible force. The air around him seemed to distort, and the walls rattled as the humming sound began again, louder now, echoing through the house. The lights flickered, and the temperature dropped so low Sarah could see her breath in the air. Mike's mouth opened, but no sound came out. His body was contorting, twisting unnaturally, and for a moment Sarah couldn't breathe. Then, with a sickening crack, his neck snapped, and he went limp. Sarah screamed, but her voice was drowned out by the sudden roar that filled the room. The air trembled, and the walls seemed to pulse with energy. A dark shape began to materialize in front of her, growing larger by the second, a monstrous form that towered above her, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. It was the object, the stone, the same stone that had come in the second package, and now it was alive. It was controlling everything. She tried to run, but the floor beneath her feet seemed to give way. The room was shifting, warping, the walls stretching and bending. The world around her twisted like a nightmare, and she felt herself falling into the darkness. Then, just as quickly as it began, everything stopped. Sarah gasped for air, her chest heaving as she found herself standing in an empty void. No walls, no floor, just endless darkness. And the stone. The stone was floating before her, its surface crackling with energy. It was waiting for her to understand, to give in. But Sarah didn't. She couldn't. With every ounce of strength she had left, she reached out and grabbed the stone. And when she did, the world exploded. The explosion wasn't an explosion at all, but rather a collapse. The darkness didn't shatter with a sound, but folded inward, wrapping around her like a suffocating blanket. For a moment, Sarah thought she might disappear entirely, be swallowed by the void forever. But then there was light. It wasn't bright, it wasn't warm. It was cold, gray, and hollow. The faint glow of the stone illuminated her surroundings, and as Sarah's eyes adjusted, she realized she was no longer in her home, no longer in the world she knew. She was back in the street, the same empty neighborhood. But it was different. Everything felt wrong. The houses stood in silence, their windows like dark eyes staring blankly ahead. The air was thick, dense with something that made her skin crawl. She could feel it, a presence, something old and ancient, lurking just beyond her reach. The stone in her hand pulsed again, thrumming with the same unnerving hum, vibrating in her grasp as though it were alive, as though it was waiting for her to make the next move. She could feel its power, its hunger. And then, like a whisper in the back of her mind, she heard it. Leave. The word was soft, almost soothing, but there was no mistaking the command in it. She didn't know why, but she had no choice but to obey. She couldn't stay here. Whatever this place was, it was no longer her world. But as she took a step forward, she realized something was wrong. Her feet didn't touch the ground the way they should. The pavement felt uneven, soft almost, as if it were made of something alive. A sound reached her ears then, distant at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. It was a low, grating noise, like something scraping against metal. As it drew nearer, she felt her stomach churn. It was a sound of metal on metal, but it was thick, wet, unnatural. And then she saw it. At the end of the street, a figure emerged from the shadows, crawling along the pavement. It moved with jerking, twitching motions, its limbs contorted and unnatural. The shape was too vague, too indistinct, but as it came closer, Sarah's heart pounded harder. It was a person, or it had been. The figure dragged itself toward her, its limbs scraping and bending in ways that no human body should. Its face was twisted and misshapen, the skin stretched thin, its eyes wide and empty, a vacant darkness that seemed to swallow the light. The hum of the stone grew louder, more insistent, its pulse matching the rhythm of Sarah's racing heart. She wanted to turn and run, but her legs refused to move. She was rooted to the spot, her body frozen by the cold dread spreading through her veins. The figure stopped just a few feet away from her. It tilted its head, its mouth opening wide, wider than should have been possible. And from within the depths of its throat came a voice, low, distorted, and unrecognizable. It's too late. Sarah's blood ran cold as she realized this wasn't just the stone. This wasn't just some twisted trick of her mind. The object, the delivery, the unending packages, they had all been part of this. Part of whatever this thing was. The ground beneath her feet trembled once more, and Sarah looked down, watching in horror as the cracks in the pavement began to spread. Thin lines of darkness bled from them, like veins running through the street, slowly creeping toward her. She looked back at the figure, its grin now widening impossibly. It knew. It had always known. The delivery had been a trap from the very beginning, and Sarah had unknowingly played her part. She had opened the door, taken the stone, and unleashed whatever had been lying dormant beneath the world. And now there was no escaping it. The figure's hands twitched, its fingers elongating as it reached toward her. Her legs felt weak, her body finally responding, but it was too late to move. The stone in her hand thrummed violently now, as though it, too, realized the finality of the moment. "You were never meant to leave." The words echoed in her mind, and as they did, the darkness in the cracks of the pavement seemed to swell. It reached toward her like a hungry beast, ready to consume her whole. With one final, desperate scream, Sarah tried to drop the stone. But before it could fall, the world around her spun. The figure lunged, and just like that, everything went black. The blackness was all-encompassing, but it wasn't quiet. Sarah could hear it, the distant hum of something alive, something ancient, thrumming in the background. Her mind was foggy, and her senses were fading in and out, but there was no mistaking the feeling that something was watching her. A flicker of light broke through the void, weak and distant, but it grew brighter with each passing second. The air around her began to shift, a thin layer of warmth crawling over her skin. She could feel her body again, each limb heavy with the weight of the void she had just crossed. Sarah blinked and found herself standing in the same spot. The street stretched before her, the cracked pavement and the same oppressive silence. But there was something different now. The shadows seemed longer, darker, and the air felt thicker. She reached for the stone, but it wasn't in her hand. Her heart skipped a beat. She turned quickly, scanning the area, panic creeping into her chest. Where had it gone? Then she heard the soft sound of footsteps behind her, slow, deliberate, and far too familiar. "You can't escape." The voice was closer now, a rasping whisper that slid under her skin. She spun around, but there was no one there. Her breathing quickened, and she took a step back. The street seemed endless now, stretching out far beyond what she remembered, as though the world had grown larger, more oppressive. She began to walk, unsure of where she was going. The figure, that twisted thing, had to be somewhere watching her. It was when she passed the house with the crooked windows that she saw it again. A small box, just like before, sitting on the porch. Her stomach twisted, and she knew, without even touching it, that it was the next delivery. Her hand shook as she reached for it. The package felt light, deceptively so. She could already feel the unsettling presence of whatever was inside, pressing against the edges of her awareness. As her fingers brushed the surface, she recoiled, a chill sweeping over her body. She forced herself to pick it up. The box wasn't ordinary, no delivery ever was now, but it wasn't quite the same as the others. The wrapping was torn, the paper brittle and old. She tore it open with trembling hands, revealing a strange object wrapped in velvet. Inside was a small, intricately carved wooden figure. It seemed to pulse in her hands, as though alive. The wood was dark and smooth, almost too smooth, and the figure itself was of a woman, her face featureless, her hands outstretched as though beckoning her. Sarah's heart raced. She could feel it now, the pull, the strange energy vibrating through her chest, like the stone had once done. But this was different. The energy was colder, darker. The woman in the figure seemed to be waiting, her blank eyes staring into Sarah's soul. Before Sarah could react, she heard the sound of footsteps again. This time they were louder, more distinct, echoing in the empty street. She turned, but this time she didn't see a figure. No twisted creature dragging itself toward her. No shadow of something unrecognizable. Instead, the air itself had changed. It had become heavier, denser, and it seemed to press down on her. Then she saw it, a shift in the air like a mirage. The street was no longer empty. Figures appeared, shadowed shapes that seemed to materialize from the very fabric of the world around her. There were dozens of them, their forms indistinct, but their presence undeniable. They didn't walk, they moved, but it was as though they were being drawn toward her, toward the figure in her hands. Sarah's body froze in terror as she realized what they were. They weren't just figures, they were shadows, creatures born of the very darkness she had unleashed. The wrong deliveries had opened the door, and now the door had become a passage to something far worse than she could imagine. Her pulse thundered in her ears as the figures drew closer, their presence almost suffocating. She could feel their coldness on her skin, their eyes on her, though she couldn't see them. She clutched the figure tighter, her grip tightening to the point of pain. "Take it!" The whisper was close now, too close, right next to her ear. It was the same voice, the same rasp, only now it felt more like a command. "Take it and be free." She didn't know who the voice belonged to, but she knew deep in her bones, that she could never take it. Not now. Not after everything she had already done. As her mind raced, the figures moved closer, circling her. Sarah stumbled backward, her foot catching on the uneven ground, and she fell hard onto the street. The figure in her hands bounced slightly, but she didn't let go. She couldn't. With a desperate cry, Sarah scrambled to her feet, clutching the wooden figure to her chest. She had to get away. She had to find a way out. The ground beneath her feet suddenly trembled. The figures seemed to surge forward in unison, their forms melding into one mass of writhing shapes. The shadows reached toward her, their fingers like tendrils, thin and jagged, scraping against her skin. She screamed, her voice loud in the silence. She ran, but the street seemed endless. The houses, the trees, the very ground beneath her feet shifted and twisted. It was all closing in, all moving, pushing her toward the inevitable. The shadows were everywhere now, and Sarah realized there was no escape. The world around her, once familiar, was gone. All that remained was darkness, closing in on her. The wooden figure pulsed against her chest, its presence more suffocating than ever before. It was calling to her, the voices growing louder. "Take it," the voices whispered. "Take it and join us." And then, just as the darkness overtook her, Sarah knew she had made her choice. The world went silent. The next day, there was another package on the doorstep. The package sat innocently on the doorstep, as though it were just another ordinary delivery. Its brown cardboard exterior was marked with the same generic symbols and barcodes, nothing to suggest the terror that lay inside. But Sarah knew better now. She had learned the truth. There was no escaping it, no running from what had already begun. The sky above her was overcast, the clouds heavy and gray, but the air was still. The silence around her felt suffocating. She could almost feel the weight of the last delivery pressing on her chest, the wooden figure still pulsing with an unnatural life. But the strange pull of the package, the way it seemed to call out to her, was undeniable. With shaking hands, Sarah stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She reached down and, without hesitation, picked it up. The weight was lighter than expected, but it was still wrong. The edges of the cardboard felt sharp, as though something inside was pressing against it, eager to break free. She glanced over her shoulder, as though expecting to see the shadows creeping up behind her. But there was nothing, just the quiet, oppressive silence. Her breath caught as she tore the tape away from the box. Inside was another figure, but this time it wasn't made of wood. The object was a smooth black stone, glistening in the dim light, its surface reflecting the world around it in a distorted, unnatural way. The stone seemed to vibrate, though it was motionless in her hands. It was cold to the touch, colder than anything she had ever felt before, and as she held it, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching her. Her breath hitched as she heard a noise behind her, soft at first, like a distant whisper, but then it grew louder, almost like footsteps. She spun around, but again there was nothing there. Her pulse raced in her throat. The stone, heavy in her hands, seemed to hum with an energy that she couldn't explain. It was almost as though the ground beneath her feet was shifting, responding to its presence, pushing her towards something. Then, from the silence, came the voice. "It's time to join us." The voice was low, almost a growl, but there was a familiarity to it, a darkness she knew. It was the same voice from before, the one that had whispered in her ear, the one that had promised freedom. A chill ran down Sarah's spine, and she staggered back, clutching the stone tighter, her fingers turning white from the pressure. She wanted to scream, to run, but her legs felt like lead, as though the weight of the world had settled on her shoulders. She felt it then, a shift in the air, a pressure in the atmosphere. Something was happening. Something was unfolding around her. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet cracked open, a sharp, sudden noise that made her jump. The earth seemed to tremble as though it had awoken from a deep slumber, its roots reaching out, pulling her into the abyss. The stone in her hand pulsed faster now, vibrating against her skin like it had a life of its own. The whispers grew louder, the words incomprehensible, and the shadows that had once surrounded her were now creeping out from the cracks in the earth. "Take it," the voice urged again, this time more insistent. "You can't run." Sarah stumbled backward, but her feet felt glued to the ground. The stone's hum grew louder, almost deafening. The shadows closed in from every direction, their forms now more defined, their edges sharp and jagged. They were no longer just figments of her imagination. They were real, solid, and they were coming for her. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. The stone in her hand was alive, alive with a terrible power that she couldn't control. She had brought this upon herself. She had accepted the first delivery, and now she was trapped in its world. The shadows reached out to her, their hands like claws, and she could feel the coldness of their touch as they pulled her toward the dark void beneath her. "Join us," the voice crooned, now louder than ever. "You're one of us now." Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as the ground gave way beneath her, and she fell into the blackness. The stone, still in her hand, felt heavier than ever, as though it was dragging her into the abyss. She could feel the cold hands of the shadows on her skin, pulling her deeper, their fingers digging into her flesh. There was no escaping it now. She had taken the first step when she opened that first package, and now there was no turning back. The world around her was dark and suffocating, but the whispers never stopped. They grew louder, more insistent, their words clear now, but still incomprehensible. And as Sarah was pulled into the darkness, she finally understood. She wasn't meant to escape. She wasn't meant to run. She was the next delivery. It was an endless fall, as though time itself had bent and twisted around her, pulling her deeper into a place where the rules of the world no longer applied. The shadows, now fully engulfing her, clung to her like a second skin, the coldness of their touch seeping into her very soul. She could hear their whispers, a constant hum, a low growl that felt like it was inside her head. Her body felt weightless, suspended in an infinite void. The stone pulsed in her hand, its hum a maddening rhythm that seemed to match the beat of her frantic heart. She tried to scream, but her voice was swallowed by the darkness. The more she struggled, the tighter the shadows wrapped around her, pulling her deeper into the abyss. The whispers grew louder, but they weren't just whispers anymore. They were voices, dozens of them, all speaking at once, their words a jumbled mess of languages she didn't recognize. Some of the voices sounded familiar, like the voice from the package, the one that had called her, urged her to take the stone. Others were colder, more sinister, as if they had been trapped here far longer than she. "You shouldn't have taken it," one voice rasped, its tone sharp and filled with malice. "Now you belong to us." Another voice, softer and almost soothing, said, "There's no way out. You're ours now." The shadows swirled around her, tightening their grip. She could feel the stone growing hotter in her hand, its pulse speeding up, as if it were alive and feeding off her fear. The walls of the void seemed to shift, forming grotesque shapes and faces, their eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, watching her, waiting for her to give in. Then, with a sudden jolt, the fall stopped. The shadows dissipated, but not entirely. They hung in the air, thick and suffocating like a heavy fog. Sarah found herself standing in a vast, empty space. She couldn't tell where she was. There were no walls, no ceiling, just an endless stretch of darkness in every direction. The stone in her hand was no longer pulsing, but it was still cold and unnerving. She looked down at it, feeling the weight of its power pressing on her chest. "What do you want from me?" she whispered, her voice trembling. She didn't know who she was asking anymore. The voices? The stone? or something else entirely. A low laugh echoed around her, the sound sending shivers down her spine. It was dark, hollow, like a laugh from somewhere far, far away. And then the voice returned. "We've waited for you." Suddenly the air shifted. The ground beneath her feet rumbled, and from the darkness, a figure began to emerge. At first, it was just a silhouette, a shape that seemed to stretch and distort as it came closer. But as it stepped into the dim light, Sarah gasped. It was a person. At least, it looked like a person. A tall, gaunt figure with pale, lifeless skin and hollow eyes. Its features were twisted, contorted as though it had been pulled and stretched, its face a mask of agony. But it was smiling, a grotesque, empty smile that didn't belong on a human face. "You're not the first," the figure said, its voice cold and hollow. "And you won't be the last." Sarah stumbled back, her heart pounding in her chest. The figure's smile widened, and it took a step toward her, its long fingers twitching as if it was reaching for something. "What do you mean? What's happening?" she gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. "The deliveries," the figure replied, its voice echoing around her. "They never stop. They keep coming. They always find new victims." Sarah's mind raced. The packages, the strange objects. The figure was right. This wasn't just happening to her. It was happening to others. She wasn't the first one trapped in this nightmare, and she wouldn't be the last. "Why me?" she asked, her voice desperate. She didn't want to be a part of this, didn't want to be another victim. The figure's smile never wavered. It reached out slowly, its bony hand hovering just above her shoulder, as if it was deciding whether to touch her or not. "You're special," it whispered, its voice slipping into her ear. "You've accepted what we offer, and now you belong to us." The stone in her hand grew colder, the pulse almost deafening in her ears. She felt the weight of it, the reality of what was happening crashing down on her. She had been drawn into something far worse than she could have imagined. The deliveries were not random. They were chosen, and now that she had accepted one, she was part of a cycle that never ended. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "I don't want this. I don't want to be like you." But the figure's grin only grew wider, and it stepped closer, its cold breath brushing against her skin. "It's too late." And with that, the world around Sarah began to crumble, the darkness closing in on her. She could feel the weight of the stone in her hand, pulling her down into the abyss, into the never-ending cycle of wrong deliveries. The darkness seemed to close in tighter around Sarah, as if the very air were pressing against her. The shadows grew thicker, more oppressive, and she could feel the pulse of the stone growing stronger, beating like a heart that wasn't her own. Her legs trembled beneath her, but she forced herself to stand, trying to resist the pull of whatever had hold of her. She had to find a way out, had to fight against the suffocating grip of this nightmare. The figure's hollow eyes locked onto hers, and its grin spread even wider, if that was even possible. She could see the madness in its gaze, an emptiness that stretched out for eternity. It didn't need to say anything. Its presence alone was enough to freeze her blood. But still it spoke. "You think you can escape this? You think you can just walk away?" The figure's voice was a low, mocking tone, dripping with cruelty. "The deliveries will keep coming. It's how we are fed. It's how we grow." Sarah shook her head, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. She couldn't let herself give in. She wouldn't let herself become another part of this twisted cycle. Her hand clenched around the stone, and she felt something stir within her, a flicker of resistance. For the first time since it had arrived, the stone didn't feel quite so cold. It was warm, almost as though it were alive, feeding off her emotions. "What are you?" she asked, her voice trembling but stronger now, more defiant. "What do you want from me?" The figure tilted its head, and its smile shifted into something darker, something far more sinister. "We are nothing but shadows, whispers of those who have come before you," it said, its voice laced with venom. "We exist because of those like you, who accept the wrong deliveries." who opened the door to the unknown without question. Sarah's mind reeled as it all clicked into place. The deliveries, the strange objects, the pull to open them, everything had led her here. She had made a choice, and that choice had bound her to something far beyond her comprehension. But she still had the stone. It was hers, and if she could control it, maybe she could break free. She looked down at it again, willing herself to focus. She had to find the strength to push back. She couldn't let the darkness consume her. As if sensing her thoughts, the figure let out a low laugh, the sound reverberating in the empty space around her. You can't fight what's already inside you. It took a step forward, and the shadows seemed to stretch with it, crawling toward her like tendrils, eager to pull her into the void. Sarah stumbled backward, but there was nowhere to run. The space around her was closing in, the walls of darkness pressing tighter and tighter. And then, just as she thought she would be swallowed whole, a burst of light flickered in the distance. At first, it was faint, just a glimmer on the horizon. But it grew brighter, sharper, and for the first time since she had been dragged into this nightmare, she felt hope. The figure stopped, its grin faltering as the light grew stronger. It hissed, as if the light itself was a poison to it. The tendrils of shadow recoiled, and for a moment, Sarah felt a strange sense of power, a sense of control over the situation. "No!" the figure shrieked, its voice distorted with rage. "You cannot escape. You belong to us." But the light was unstoppable. It surged forward, washing over the figure, causing it to writhe and scream in agony. The shadows that had once consumed the space began to burn away, dissolving into nothingness. The light spread, consuming everything around her, until the void was replaced with a warm, golden glow. The stone in Sarah's hand pulsed one final time, then went still. The darkness had been vanquished, and she was free. But the figure's words echoed in her mind, a lingering warning. "You cannot escape. The deliveries will keep coming, always." Sarah stood there, breathing heavily, the weight of the stone gone, replaced with a sense of emptiness. She had won, but at what cost? The cycle had been broken for now. But the figure's words haunted her. Were the deliveries truly over? Or had she simply been given a brief respite before the next package arrived? She didn't know. But one thing was certain. She would never open another package again. As the last of the shadows evaporated into nothingness, Sarah was left standing alone in the now empty room. The air felt lighter, the pressure that had crushed her chest now gone. The unnatural chill that had once filled the space had dissipated, replaced by a soft warmth that felt almost normal. But something nagged at the back of her mind. The figure had vanished, yes, but its words still lingered, etched into her thoughts like a brand. The deliveries would keep coming. She couldn't escape them. It was as if she were trapped in an endless loop, a cruel game she couldn't avoid. Had she truly broken free? Or had she simply delayed the inevitable? Her heart pounded in her chest as she turned slowly, scanning the room for any signs of something amiss. The stone she had held was now nothing more than a small, lifeless rock in her palm. It had no power anymore, not after the light had consumed the darkness. But was that truly the end? Her mind raced, her thoughts spiraling out of control. She had to know. She grabbed her phone from her pocket, her fingers trembling as she opened the screen. She scrolled through her messages, her eyes catching on the most recent one. It was a delivery notification, an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. The message was simple, too simple. It read, "Your next package is on its way. Please be prepared." Her breath caught in her throat. She couldn't be serious. After everything that had happened, there was no way it could be real. But as she stared at the words, the familiar unease crept up her spine once more. The delivery wasn't just a simple mistake anymore. It was deliberate. A pattern. A curse. Something she couldn't run from. She shook her head, trying to rid herself of the growing dread that filled her. No, she couldn't go back into that world. The world of boxes and strange objects, of sinister shadows and twisted games. She had to stay strong. She had to. The doorbell rang. It was a sound so innocent, so everyday, yet in that moment, it felt like the universe had just opened a door to hell. The soft chime echoed through the house, and Sarah froze, her blood running cold. She didn't move. She didn't want to move. Her mind screamed at her to ignore it, to pretend like it wasn't happening, but her feet betrayed her. Slowly, she found herself walking toward the front door. With each step, the air felt heavier and the dread thickened. She could feel her heartbeat in her throat, the pulse in her temples pounding in time with each footfall. The doorbell rang again, more urgently this time. She didn't want to open it. She couldn't open it, but her hand was already on the doorknob, turning it, almost against her will. The door creaked as it opened, revealing the front step outside. The mailbox, which she hadn't checked in days, was empty. No packages, no delivery, nothing. Just a quiet, empty yard. Sarah exhaled in relief, but before she could close the door, she noticed something. A small, strange object was sitting on the porch, right at her feet. It was a small box, unlike the ones she had received before. No address, no return label. It was just there, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Her heart dropped to her stomach as she picked it up, her fingers trembling as she turned the box in her hands. It was too familiar, yet somehow more disturbing than the others had been. The sharp edges of the cardboard felt almost alive in her grasp. She hesitated, every fiber of her being screaming for her to leave it, to throw it away and forget this madness. But the curiosity that had gotten her into this nightmare in the first place tugged at her, pulling her closer. With a sigh, Sarah peeled back the tape and opened the box. Inside, there was a small wooden figurine. It was carved with intricate detail, the face twisted in a grotesque expression. Its eyes were hollow, dark pits that seemed to stare directly into her soul. The hands were outstretched, as if begging for something, or maybe reaching for her. Her breath caught in her throat, and she dropped the figurine back into the box, almost as if it had burned her. She felt sick to her stomach, the dread returning tenfold. This was no longer just an accident. She knew now that the deliveries had never been random. They had been sent with purpose, to break her, to wear her down. Sarah slammed the door shut, leaning against it for support, her mind racing. Was she supposed to keep the figurine? Was this the beginning of something worse? Or was it somehow the end? The phone in her hand buzzed again, and she nearly jumped out of her skin. She stared at the screen, a new message flashing before her eyes. This is only the beginning. The game is far from over. Sarah sank to the floor, her legs giving out beneath her. She couldn't escape. Not this time. There was no way out of this. The deliveries weren't just objects, they were a curse. And she was trapped, bound to it. The light, the shadow, the endless cycle. It had all led her here. And she knew with a horrifying certainty that no matter how hard she tried to resist, the next package would come. And the one after that, forever. As Sarah sat there, the weight of it all pressing down on her, she realized something she hadn't before. This wasn't about breaking free. She'd been fighting the wrong battle. The deliveries, the strange objects, the unsettling presence, they weren't meant to be destroyed or ignored. They weren't a mistake, a random series of unfortunate events. They were a test of her will, of her sanity, but she couldn't escape the truth anymore. No matter how many times she tried to hide, to run away, it always found her. The packages would keep coming, and each one would bring with it something darker, more sinister, until she was nothing more than a husk of her former self. There was no escaping the game. She was in it, and the rules were simple: survive or be consumed. Sarah stood shakily, her legs trembling beneath her. The figurine she had dropped on the floor earlier seemed to mock her, its hollow eyes watching her every move. She could hear the faint whisper of the wind outside, brushing against the windows, a soft, almost melodic sound. It was the only thing that felt real anymore. The world around her, her house, her life, all of it seemed to fade into the background. The doorbell rang once more, its familiar chime sending a jolt of fear through her. She knew what was on the other side, but she couldn't stop herself from walking toward it. The power the game had over her was undeniable. It wasn't just physical, it was mental, emotional, pulling her in like a puppet on strings. With every step, the darkness crept closer. She opened the door slowly, half expecting to see the same strange object waiting for her. But this time there was nothing. Just emptiness, a dark void outside her door. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the yard. It was tall, unnaturally so, with long, spindly limbs. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It just stood there, staring at her with eyes that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of her being. And in that moment, Sarah understood. It wasn't the packages that held the power. It wasn't the objects, the shadows, or the strange figures. It was the fear that kept her bound to this endless cycle. Her pulse quickened, her breath shallow. The figure didn't approach, but Sarah knew it would. She didn't have to see it move to feel its presence. It was closing in on her, just like the game always had. She slammed the door shut and locked it, her hands shaking violently as she backed away from it. The silence that followed felt almost deafening. She could hear her heart thundering in her chest, the sound of her own breath, ragged and uneven. It was too much. The weight of it all was unbearable. She sank to the floor, clutching her knees to her chest, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts, of confusion and terror. She wanted to scream, to fight back, but there was nothing left in her. The game had already won. And then, as the minutes dragged on, the doorbell rang once more. She didn't answer this time. She couldn't. There was nothing left to say. The figure, the game, the never-ending deliveries, they were a part of her now. Her mind had been consumed, her soul cracked under the pressure of it all. The doorbell rang again, but Sarah didn't move. She didn't have to. The game was finished. But she didn't have a choice. The deliveries would keep coming, one after another, each one a reminder of her defeat, until there was nothing left of her. The doorbell rang again, and again, and again. As the darkness spread, she felt the weight of it all settle deep inside her, and for the first time she understood. It had never been about winning or losing. It had always been about survival. But survival was no longer possible. Not for her. And as the bell rang once more, Sarah's mind shattered completely, her body slumping in defeat. There would be no end to the game. Not for her. The bell rang one final time, and Sarah was gone. The house was quiet again. The game was over. The silence in the house stretched on for what felt like an eternity. No more doorbells. No more knocks. Just the soft rustle of the wind outside, the occasional creak of the house settling. The air felt colder now, as though the warmth of the house had been sucked away, leaving an emptiness that seemed to fill every room. Outside, the figure still stood at the edge of the yard, unmoving, watching. But Sarah was gone, her presence swallowed up by the game she could never escape. Days passed, maybe weeks. Time lost its meaning here. The house, once filled with life and movement, now sat in a void. The mailbox remained empty, the door never once opening. The windows stayed closed, the curtains drawn tight against the outside world. The once vivid memories of a life lived there faded into nothingness, like mist in the morning sun. And yet, one evening, a sound broke the silence. A doorbell. It wasn't the familiar chime of their own doorbell. This one was different, distorted, almost as if it were warped by static or something far more sinister. The sound echoed through the empty house, ringing louder than any doorbell ever had before. The air in the room shifted, heavy with a presence that lingered just beyond the threshold. The doorbell rang again, the chime insistent, pushing through the walls of silence that had grown so thick around the house. It was then that the door trembled. It was as though something on the other side was leaning against it, waiting, watching, just as Sarah had done, drawn by the promise of more, a new victim to play the game. The house seemed to shudder, as if it, too, had recognized the sound. Something ancient, something sinister, had settled into its bones. And as the doorbell rang once more, louder now, the air grew thick with anticipation. The house was no longer empty. It was waiting for the next soul to step in, unaware of the game that had already begun. And soon, the deliveries would start again. The doorbell rang again, louder this time, as if the sound itself had become something alive, pulling at the edges of reality. The house, once silent and still, seemed to breathe in the tension, the walls pulsing with an unseen energy. The door quivered, groaning as though something heavy pressed against it from the other side. For a long moment, everything stood still. Then, slowly, as if in response to some unspoken command, the door creaked open by itself. But nothing appeared at first, no delivery, no package. Just the dark void of the front yard stretching into the distance. And yet, as the door fully opened, something moved in the shadows. A figure. Its outline was impossible to make out, as though it didn't belong to the world of the living. Its presence was a deep, unsettling cold that crept through the threshold and into the house, extinguishing any warmth that remained. A whisper floated through the air, barely audible but unmistakable. The game has just begun. The figure stepped forward, its movements slow, deliberate, as though it knew exactly what it wanted, what it needed. The door slammed shut behind it, and the house fell into an eerie silence once more. But the game would continue. The door would open again, and the wrong delivery would always arrive. No one ever escapes once the game has started. And that's the end of tonight's stories. Keep listening to the sound of rain and fall into a deep, peaceful sleep.